Será. No hay coincidencias, Patricia. Si se lo quiere poner de una vez, no sé cómo se sienta más cómoda. Quiere para revisar que sí le llegue la interpretación. ¿Podemos ver?
No, así nada.
It's not scripted here, we just tell them.
Buenos días a todas y todos. Gracias por su presencia en esta sesión. Vamos a iniciar, por favor. Buenos días, distinguidos delegadas y delegados, invitados e invitadas. Se convoca la primera sesión del Grupo de Trabajo Intergubernamental de expertos sobre vivienda adecuada para todos. Señora Ana Claudia, directora ejecutiva de ONU Habitat. Su Excelencia Saida Abhan, secretario de Vivienda y representante de la República de Kenia como país anfitrión de esta sesión. Excelentísimo señor José Blanco, representante permanente de la República Dominicana ante Naciones Unidas y expresidente de la
Former chair of the Third Committee of the United Nations General Assembly. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, experts, observers, and partners. Welcome to the first session of the open-ended Intergovernmental Expert Working Group on Adequate Housing for All. I am Edna Elena Vega Rangel, Minister of Agrarian, Land and Urban Development of Mexico. It is my great pleasure for me to be here today to open this important meeting in my capacity as President of the UN Habitat Assembly, the parent body of the Intergovernmental Working Group. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as you may recall, Resolution 2/7 of the United Nations Habitat Assembly of the 9th of June 2023 resolved to establish an open-ended intergovernmental expert working group. This group to consider and make recommendations to the UN Habitat Assembly on the development and content of policies for accelerating progress towards the universal achievement of safe, sustainable, adequate, and affordable housing. The provision of adequate housing for all is an increasingly urgent social and political concern in almost all corners of the world today. Every one of us needs a house that meets our basic needs, to a sufficient extent that we can call it a home. Our homes are fundamental to our social and economic outcomes in life, and for our participation in our communities and society at large. It is very encouraging to see all of you, delegates and experts, travelling from your capitals to join this important meeting towards our shared goal. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, before we move on to the adoption of the agenda for the session, allow me to invite Ms. Ana Claudia Rosbach, Executive Director of UN Habitat, for her opening remarks. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Chair.
Your Excellency, said Arman, Housing Secretary and representative of the Republic of Kenya as the host country of this session. Honorable Mr. Jose Blanco, permanent representative of the Dominican Republic to the United Nations and former chair of the Third Committee of the United Nations General Assembly. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished delegates, friends. I would like to welcome you to this session, to this working group meeting. I welcome your time, your availability, mainly those who traveled from distances to be with us in the next 3 days. This working group and the work that we are going to do here in the next days will be very strategic as we have the resolution on housing approved last year by the General Assembly. But this work will be also very strategic to support our work in relation to the resolution on transformation in informal settlements. From the technical point of view, these two resolutions are very well connected. We cannot work and support transformation in informal settlements without addressing housing and vice versa. We are now living a global housing crisis that has different features from housing affordability to homelessness, but also informality represent one of the faces of the housing crisis that we are facing. The work of this group will also be relevant and extremely important as we just approved last week by the Executive Board of UN Habitat, the first draft of our strategic plan, which centers in promoting access to housing, land, basic services, and transformation of informal settlements for all. So this is the focus that we are proposing and working with you for the strategic plan for the period 26-29. And your contributions this week will be very valuable to accomplish this task as well. So I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your wisdom and your experiences within the next day. Thank you, Señora Presidenta.
Muchas gracias, Ana Claudia. Tengo ahora el placer.
Thank you, Madam. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Jose Blanco, permanent representative of the Dominican Republic to the United Nations and former chair of the Third Committee of the United Nations General Assembly, to deliver his opening speech. Ambassador Blanco, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. Executive Director Ana Claudia Rosbach, delegates, friends, good morning. It's an honor for my delegation to be here today. I'd like to thank you and Habitat for the invitation. We'd like to thank you for organizing this important event because we completely agree that adequate housing is an essential right and a topic which we haven't been able to address with the urgency it deserves. It's important to highlight the timely element of the creation of this group. The issue of adequate housing affects all regions of the world without any distinction. Access to dignified housing is a pending topic on the international agenda, but often we prioritize other topics which we believe to be of greater importance, leaving to one side this topic, which in our opinion is of vital relevance. Chair, knowing the catastrophic situation in which many people throughout the world live, exacerbated by informal housing in many countries, we call for this topic to be made a priority to guarantee the right to dignified housing for all. This working group represents a cornerstone which was lacking in work on adequate housing for all. Its work will be essential in addressing this topic in an effective manner. In addition, the importance of housing and the right to housing, to land, and to property in general in context of humanitarian responses and peace consolidation should be seen as issues to protect, but also as essential elements of reconstruction. How can we aspire to better health, better quality education for our children, without being able to study in a peaceful home? This vicious circle will continue to generate negative effects in our populations until a date that we decide once and for all to face up to these issues in a coherent and sustained manner. Chair, I would like to comment briefly on our country, the Dominican Republic, and the deficit of housing in our country. This is a multifaceted issue, which creates issues related to financial gaps and technological issues, issues for access to people with disabilities, and other issues in society in general. There is a lack of adequate housing in terms of quantity and quality in order to meet the needs of the population. This negatively affects their quality of life and their access to opportunities. To face up to this issue, our country has set out what we've called adequate and dignified housing, a fundamental right. This is aligned with that set out in our national strategy for development to 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Taking this into account, our commitment to ensure dignified housing in healthy environments and facilitating access of our people, especially the most vulnerable, to housing at a good cost, which is safe and secure, is essential. We're creating sustainable human settlements which are integrated and meet vital criteria in terms of management of risk and universal accessibility for people with disabilities, thereby also connecting to relevant SDGs. The Dominican Republic maintains its support to the new urban agenda, strengthening cooperation for urban sustainable development and improving human settlements. In addition, as signatory to the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we recognize their rights to adequate housing. We're also signatory to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which sets out the rights of children to have adequate housing, as well as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, which ensures that women in particular in rural areas have access to adequate conditions of life, including housing, electricity, and water. In line with these commitments, our government has also set out financial resources in order to build and make accessible housing. We're not just trying to close this housing gap, but also provide an impetus to our economy. Chair, we can't ignore the fundamental role that financial international institutions need to play. Implementation and adaptation of financial policies and housing policies is essential in the public and private sector in order to ensure that our resources are directed in an effective manner to ensure housing for all. Without accessible financial support, ensuring dignified housing for all will be severely limited. We need to recognize the need to maintain more serious prioritization of this topic, and for this working group to commit to facing up to the realities we face in terms of dignified housing. We call for international financial institutions to continue to promote financing plans which facilitate payments and allow us to implement our initiatives and enable developing countries to access these resources without compromising progress in other sectors. Each person needs to have access to safe and secure housing. Chair, friends, I'd like to conclude by reiterating that the United Nations system plays an important role in supporting the efforts of developing countries and multilateral cooperation. The Working Group on Housing is the first intergovernmental body in UN Habitat focused on a specific topic, and we need to firmly defend its work. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blanco. I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Syed Afan Secretary of Housing of the Republic of Kenya, to deliver introductory and welcoming remarks on behalf of the host country, the Republic of Kenya. Ms. Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Edna Elena, the President of the United Nations Habitat Assembly and the Minister for Agrarian, Territorial and Urban Development of Mexico. Ana Claudia, the Executive Director of UN Habitat. His Excellency, Mr. Jose Blanco, the former Chair of the Third Committee of the UN General Assembly. Your Excellencies, members of the Expert Working Group, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and the people of Kenya, I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates attending this first session of the open-ended Intergovernmental Expert Working Group on Adequate Housing for All to Kenya. Kenya is magical, and I hope you will all have opportunity to explore what it offers. As the proud host nation of the UN Habitat and the United Nations office in Nairobi, Kenya is honored to host this special and inaugural session. The establishment of this working group marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards ensuring adequate housing for all. As host country, Kenya recognizes the critical importance of this initiative, particularly as we face global challenges in affordable housing and sustainable urban development, as has been also said by other speakers. My gratitude also goes to the organizers of this meeting for granting us a chance to make the remarks on behalf of the government. Allow me on the onset to congratulate the Executive Director, Madam Ana Claudia, and the Secretariat for the excellent preparations put in place for this session. Allow me also to congratulate the Executive Director and the Executive Board of the UN National Human Settlement Program for the successful second session of the Executive Board that ended last week. Your Excellencies, may I suggest that with this working group, we are witnessing a tangent in our history in terms of dealing matters housing. At the core of the discussion is a set of efforts to progressively realize adequate housing for all, developing a framework for measuring and reporting on the adequacy of housing across diverse contexts, progress made in implementing the Habitat Program of works for adequate housing, and also dealing with existing multilateral and bilateral support for the development and implementation of housing policies. Ladies and gentlemen, this session could not have come at a more appropriate moment than we are witnessing. Provision of housing, as has been mentioned earlier, for citizens has now become a central agenda at national platforms of many countries. Housing has shifted from being merely a social agenda relegated at the periphery of planning and budgeting to one that is recognized as having economic and political consequences. Kenya, as the lead sponsor of the Resolution 27 on adequate housing for all during the 2023 Habitat Assembly, takes this particular session as a significant step in laying the basis for the implementation of the resolution. I speak not just on behalf of my country, but also on behalf of the co-sponsors of the resolution, France, Bahrain, Jordan, Malaysia, Egypt, USA, and Pakistan, some of whom are here today or being represented as members of the working group. I must state that we have no excuse whatsoever for not moving on an accelerated fast track towards implementation of the resolution for several reasons. First, and we are very lucky, the Executive Director, Madam Claudia, has declared her single focus of her tenure to be the pursuit of the housing agenda. Secondly, the pace of urbanization and the hyperbolical impact of climate change defines the urgency of this task. Thirdly, and I believe this to be significant, Kenya, as the host country, has demonstrated that the affordable housing agenda is a vision that is realizable, given clarity of focus and boldness of determination. On this last note, Kenya wishes to offer to the expert working group and to the UN Habitat our affordable housing program to become your space, domain, platform, and theater to achieve acceleration for the implementation of the resolution. Our affordable housing program is anchored on ethos of citizen-focused and evidence-based approach, urgency, immediacy of decision-making, continuous actions, constancy of reviews and learning. This has ensured that we overcome non-existent fears, take bold steps, confront non-working housing models, and develop a pipeline for housing development in the next 15 years. His Excellency the President, William Ruto, remains the foremost champion UN Habitat, and this working group can count on regarding matters housing. He has made housing the lever of economic development in 3 ways, very clear ways. 1, the construction of 200,000 houses per year will generate employment through housing value chain and spur economic development. Secondly, the consumptive demand generated by the required materials in the construction will lead to the establishment of manufacturing plants in the country, minimizing imports and introducing higher value jobs. And thirdly, the new owners of the houses bring a new asset class in the real estate market, triggering new positive economic dynamics. Secondly, the President of Kenya, in a very short time since he became president, has introduced 2 policy instruments to make sure that this becomes a reality. 1, the housing levy. I'm sure in the discussions of the expert working group, the issue of how to finance housing will become very critical. Kenya, you will come to learn, has decided to have a housing levy as a ring-fenced financing mechanism to achieve the affordable housing program. And anchored on this, then we have a legislation, the Affordable Housing Act, I think one of its kind, that will assist the expert working group to see the journeys we have gone. In this regard, we are working behind the scenes with the colleagues at the UN Habitat to explore how the championship of the president, who is also the president of the host country, may be leveraged by UN Habitat in general and on this resolution in particular. We take cognizance that the implementation of most resolutions are constrained by limited funding. In this regard, there is need to strengthen the partnership with other entities within the UN and other multilateral agencies, as well as relevant national, regional, and global organizations. Indeed, as I've said earlier, at the core of this resolution will be how resources can be mobilized. And I want to suggest at this particular stage, because we are in Kenya and we are in Africa, that one of the mechanisms that we as a continent are supporting is through the Shelter Africa Development Bank. The Shelter Africa Development Bank is a good partner to UN Habitat, and I believe they can be a source of collaboration in terms of mobilizing resources for housing in the continent. May I also suggest, Madam Chair and the Executive Director, that one of the options to be explored by the expert working group are possibilities of creating global housing coalition beyond the bureaucracy of the organization, because global housing coalitions have the potential of bringing on board major actors and accelerate the implementation of these resolutions. Kenya remains available to explore how we can support the work and passion of the Executive Director in making housing the focus of the UN Habitat. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Kenya reaffirms its commitment to 1, supporting the working group's activities both as host country and sponsor of the resolution, 2, sharing our experiences in implementing housing programs and policies. And 3, contributing to the development of frameworks for measuring and reporting on housing adequacy. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said Athman, for your warm words. We appreciate the unwavering support of the government of Kenya to the United Nations here in Nairobi and to the meetings of UN Habitat, including this Intergovernmental Expert Working Group meeting. We also look forward to exchanging good practices and information with Kenya during the meeting. These 3 positions of UN Habitat, as set out by our host and Ambassador Blanco, reflect the challenge of this very important meeting on the right to adequate housing. We have to work tirelessly to achieve the goals that we have set out and overcome the challenges. Distinguished delegates, we have come to the end of the first part of our opening segment. If you'll allow me, let us pause for a few minutes to allow some of our distinguished guests who may wish to leave the podium the opportunity to do so. A few minutes, please. Thank you.
Si les parece bien, reiniciamos. Excelencias, distinguidos delegados.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let us now resume our session. I have the pleasure now to invite regional groups to deliver their statements, highlighting their views and key messages in their respective regions. It will be a good opportunity for us to begin our work with a common and mutual understanding of our respective views on the status, progress, and challenges to achieving adequate, safe, and affordable housing. I would like to invite the group of African states to take the floor.
Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, Algeria is honored to deliver the statement on behalf of the African Group. First, we commend Madam Executive Director and the Secretariat for their diligent preparation of this inaugural session of the open-ended Intergovernmental Expert Working Group on adequate housing for all and for the timely circulation of the related document. The establishment of this working group is a critical step in addressing one of the new urban agenda's priorities in Africa's urban challenges. The African Group reaffirms its strong commitment to supporting these initiatives and the broader effort of UN Habitat. Madam Chair, we note with urgency the finding of the preliminary survey on the global states of efforts to achieve adequate housing for all. Alarmingly, between 1.6 and 3 billion people globally lack adequate housing, with 1 billion living in slums or informal settlements. The 2023 SDG report further highlight that progress on SDG 11 has regressed globally. In Africa, the situation is particularly dire. The region faces unprecedented rural to urban migration, with cities expected to absorb an additional 950 million people by 2050. Over 60% of urban households currently live in slum conditions, and urban growth is concentrated in secondary cities lacking basic infrastructure and services. These challenges exacerbate inequality, strain resources, and create environmental pressures. The African Group underscore the urgency of addressing these issues. As highlighted in the Executive Director's report on the survey of multilateral and bilateral support for housing, many African urban population continue to live below the poverty line, unable to access even basic housing options. This grim reality forces millions into adequate and unsafe living conditions, deepening social and economic inequalities. Despite this acute need, Africa receives among the lowest shares of global housing assistance. This disparity is unacceptable. The African Group calls for significant shift in resource allocation towards transformative intervention in Africa, including tackling homelessness, slum upgrading, and ensuring affordable and accessible housing. Special attention must also be given to improving basic services in rural areas to address the root causes of urban migration and informal settlement growth. Global support must extend beyond policy development to tangible, actionable programs that yield measurable outcomes for the most vulnerable population. Only through equitable investments can we effectively address the housing crisis and foster sustainable urban development. Madam Chair, the African Group takes note of the report of the Executive Director on developing a framework for measuring and reporting housing adequacy in line with the Resolution 2/7. We appreciate the inclusion of key indicators such as availability of services, affordability, accessibility, location, and habitability. However, we urge the inclusion of additional indicators reflecting access to education and healthcare, recognizing their centrality to adequate housing. We also stress the importance of capacity building indicators for urban policy planning to strengthen the ability of government to respond to rapid urbanization, especially in Africa. Furthermore, we emphasize alignment with Africa's Agenda 2063 and its Millennium Development Goals, ensuring that the framework addresses the continent's specific challenges and aspirations. A comprehensive and transformative framework is essential for driving substantive progress and ensuring that housing adequacy aligns with regional and global priorities. Madam Chair, the African Group acknowledged the progress achieved by UN Habitat in implementing programs related to adequate housing, including efforts to address homelessness and slum upgrading. We commend the focus on these critical issues in the current strategic plan for 2023-2025 and urge the integration of the session outcomes into the draft strategic plan for 2026-2029. Additionally, we encourage incorporating future findings of the open-ended working group into UN Habitat programs of work to address the evolving needs of vulnerable communities effectively. While we recognize the contribution of donors to housing initiatives, we remain deeply concerned about inequities in funding distribution. It is unacceptable that higher income regions with slower demographic growth receive the largest share of international funding, while Africa, facing severe housing crisis, receives insufficient support. We call for an reorientation of funding priorities toward Africa, focusing on transformative projects that address homelessness, improve slum condition, and expand access to adequate housing and essential services. Furthermore, we support the establishment of publicly accessible platform consolidating up-to-date housing data. Member States must mobilize resources to ensure its successful development and long-term sustainability. Finally, we emphasize the importance of integrating housing priorities from the African Urban Forum, the World Urban Forum, and particularly the Cairo Call for Action into the working group's efforts. This will ensure that global frameworks adequately reflect Africa's specific realities and needs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the group of African states. I would now like to give the floor to the group of Asia Pacific states. You have the floor.
Is Asia Pacific and the chair of the Asia Pacific in the room? Okay, Madam Chair, I think we can move to Eastern European.
Pasamos entonces al grupo.
Let's therefore move to the group of Eastern European states.
¿Están presentes?
Are they present?
Entonces, el grupo de Estados
We will therefore move on to the group of Latin American Caribbean states.
No. So we go to we are
Europa Occidental.
I would therefore give the floor then to the group of Western European and other states.
okay.
Bueno, pues si no hay más participación,
If there are no more requests for the floor, we can move forwards with the discussion of the expert group. That we conclude the first agenda item, opening of the session. Before moving forward, I'd like to invite the Secretariat to make any necessary remarks on housekeeping. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, I have the pleasure to address a few housekeeping matters. First, this meeting is fully in person and is not a hybrid meeting. This is due to the provision of hybrid and virtual, the provision for hybrid and virtual meetings with remote simultaneous interpretation, the fact that that requires a mandate from the General Assembly, and the General Assembly has not established such a mandate thus far. However, the Secretariat has made the provision for listening online, which is available both through Teams and on YouTube. It is not interactive and does not support interpretation. Second point, we have 6 hours of interpretation for each of the first 2 days. We have 3 hours in the morning from 9 till 12 today and tomorrow. And the afternoon sessions will be from 2 till 5. On day 3, we will have interpretation from 9 a.m. until 10:20, when we will break, and then we will have interpretation again from 3 till 5 for the review of the chair's summary and the closing of the session. When the floor is open for comments on any topic under discussion, delegates can request the floor through the conference room system from their specific desks, and the chair will take the note of all requests for the floor. As time allows, and as per decision by the chair during the session, representatives of intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations who are recognized as crucial to the work of this organization will be offered the opportunity to contribute towards our discussions at the end of the afternoon meetings on Monday and Tuesday, and during the afternoon meeting on Wednesday. Time for interventions by UN Habitat partners is likely to be constrained, and I ask you both to coordinate and provide interventions on behalf of groups, and to make these interventions as concise as possible, preferably of not more than 3 minutes duration. Delegations may seek any support during this session by approaching the desk to the left of the podium, where conference services officers will normally be stationed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now we will go through official agenda as features in HSP OEWG H 2024/1. And this will be held, or was adopted by the Executive Board at its first session held in May 2024. It was circulated by the Secretariat in all 6 United Nations languages on 31st October 2024. And we consider that this agenda is approved. Could we please project the agenda or provisional agenda on the screen? That is now on the screen. Are there any comments or requests for the floor from this working group? Seeing none, apologies. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair, for giving me the floor. Good morning, everyone. As this is the first time Brazil takes the floor today, we'd like to thank you for convening this important meeting and for your presence today. And we wish that we will have a productive discussion on adequate housing for all. We had mentioned during the EB last week the idea that we should move the item 2B of the agenda, election of officers, to the end of the meeting, so we wouldn't take too much time in the discussion of this item. And then, so we would like to see guidance from the Secretariat on how the Secretariat envisions to take care of this agenda item. And secondly, we want to understand, Brazil had proposed us a leaner structure for the Bureau that was proposed, and I believe some other countries were in agreement with that proposal. So before Brazil puts forward a proposal on that item, I'd like to know what the Secretariat has envisioned for this item specifically. Thank you.
Gracias. En un momento aclaramos que
Thank you. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Kenya would like to support the proposal to move the agenda item 2B to the last day of the discussion. And we also seek the Secretariat's guidance on exactly how we're going to proceed with that, if that is moved to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, it indeed, Brazil did ask for the postponement of the elections to the end. So, in a sense, we have three options. The first option is you've proposed every regional group has proposed representatives to the Bureau. Secondly, either you have proposed some and not others. And then the third one is exactly the proposal you've just made. Now, in terms of the composition of either the Bureau or whatever you choose, in the absence of rules of procedure for the working group, the rules of procedure of the assembly, which established the working group, says whenever a subsidiary body of the assembly does not have its own rules of procedure, then we use the rules of procedure of the assembly. So in this case, unless otherwise decided, we are moving towards establishment of a bureau as provided for in the rules of procedure. So in this case, if the member states are not ready to appoint a bureau yet, our recommendation for consideration by the president, who is chairing the meeting, and subsequently to you, would be we just move on to the other agenda items. However, we would have a bureau meeting, and we hope that the chairs of the regional groups would participate in the bureau meeting to ensure participatory process within the process. It doesn't mean decisions are going to be taken, but simply to give regional group the opportunity to air their views during the bureau meeting. And we will therefore announce the times of the bureau meeting at a later time with the hope that by the end of this meeting, you do have a bureau. You may wish to know that the president came to participate as an individual, not in her national capacity. But we had to ambush her that, hey, listen, we don't have, if we don't have a bureau, sorry, you created this body, you have to do it. So it will just mean more work for the president. Unfortunately, Madam President, I'm sorry, but this is the dilemma we are faced. It's not like we did not expect it, So this would be the way we would move forward pursuant to the rules of procedure of the UN Habitat Assembly. So,
Brazil.
For giving the floor again. Sorry to come back again, and thank you, Secretariat, for the clarifications. First responsibility for thank you very much for your availability for chairing the meeting. But we also understand that should Your Excellency not be available, maybe another member of the Bureau of the Assembly could also perform that role until we carry out the elections. And lastly, in light of the view of the Secretariat, the explanation which we thank, that we can adopt our own terms of reference for the group. We would like to propose that when taking a look at the terms of reference, that the structure of either two co-chairs or a chair and vice chair is inserted in the terms of reference for that particular agenda item. So I'm at the hands of the Secretariat in terms of procedural issues, but in how that will be done, but we do propose as in our national capacity that the item election of officers and the election itself be moved to the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Portugal.
Portugal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you and good morning, colleagues, excellencies. We would like to second the request just made by the Brazilian delegation. As the Secretariat very eloquently put on both things, both on the agenda and also on the structure of who, if we have two co-chairs, if we have one chair and one vice chair, or if we go with the Bureau, there's the possibility for this group to take a decision otherwise, if we want to do it differently from the rules of procedure. And clearly there's a request from a member state that was already seconded by two member states that in terms of the leadership, we do it differently. So the request is there, the group can take a decision, and if there is no opposition, and until now we didn't heard any opposition on that direction, so we can go with the two proposals made by the delegation from Brazil. Thank you.
Gracias. Estados
Thank you. United States of America.
Thank you, Excellency Chair, and our gratitude from this delegation for you chairing this important meeting. We fully support the proposal made by Brazil to establish a two co-chair structure. We know that this has worked well in the context of other processes of a similar nature, that is kind of expert groups providing advice to the Assembly in other UN entities, including UNEP. We would like to request that the President of the Assembly, with the support of the Secretariat, prepare draft terms of reference to formalize this leadership structure by the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, you're sovereigns, and we are absolutely in your hands. And like I said, you have the option. If you feel that this is a working group, and if you do feel that we should consider the issue of the elections and also the issue of the terms of reference in the manner you have proposed, and if there are no objections, then as the United States recommended, we will work diligently to try and come up with a terms of reference for you to consider. So for now, our recommendation to the chair would be, in the absence of any objection, we would postpone the elections to the end so that we have time to look at the issues and give you options and alternatives that you would consider. We hope we can finish this by the end of the day today so that you can look at it in the afternoon, and hopefully tomorrow we can take a decision on it. So for now, Madam Chair, the proposal then is that we leave items 2A and 2B and 2C and move on to agenda item 3. If I hear what you're saying correctly, unless I hear otherwise, that is what I understand you to be saying. So, Brazil.
El secretario.
The Secretariat provided a summary of the proposal, which is to move the election of officers to the end. No apologies, Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks also to the delegations that seconded the proposal. Just one minor comment on those terms of reference. When the Secretariat is considering drafting those terms to be presented to us, I'd also like to request that the terms of mandate, initially in the verbal note, it was mentioned it would be for 4 years. We would also like to see the possibility for member states to consider doing the structure at the end of each regular session, as is also in the rules of procedure of UN Habitat. We understand that would be more in line with the way this working group could work with a rotation annually. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretariat.
Brazil, I think the rules of procedure is fairly clear that it is a session and we can hold meetings within a session. So if we are to go by both the existing rules of procedure and your new structure, then we have to have a mixture of it whereby what you're suggesting would actually be put into it, where one delegation will not head the whole thing for 4 years, but there would be a rotation. This is one of the ways we will propose to you for your consideration. I think you will agree with me that we will not make that decision, but just simply make a proposal for your consideration. So thank you for guiding us and for raising this issue with us. Thank you.
Portugal.
Portugal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for coming back. We can also second this request from Brazil. And just to make clear from our side that in the terms of reference, the only two things that we expect to see are those that were raised here in the meeting, and that the remaining points should indicate that the rules of procedure of Habitat Assembly should apply mutatis mutandis. So only those two issues that were raised by Brazil and seconded by others should be indicated as differing from the rules of procedure. Thank you.
Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning, Madam Executive Director. From our side, we do not have any objection to postpone the discussion on the election officers and the term of reference to the third day. But what we want to see is for the Secretariat to update the program of activities to reflect the movement of that item in the third day, so that we can also see it in the updated version of the program of activities. That's our humble request. Thank you very much.
La sugerencia que acaban de hacer.
The suggestion is noted. Could we continue then with those adjustments on to item 3 of the agenda? And those adjustments can inform our work in this session. So item 3 would be state of efforts to progressively realize adequate housing for all. Take into account regional priorities for action as well. We also want to identify the best practices for development and implementation of the housing system, which progressively provides adequate housing for all, with an emphasis on the need to leave no one behind. So as much as we need to, or tend to focus on the scale of our challenges, we also have many successes that we may celebrate. This item is important in its own right, but will also provide the framework within which we will consider subsequent agenda items. I would like to invite the Executive Director to present the state of efforts to progressively realize adequate housing for all, including the preliminary findings of the survey.
Pidió la palabra Argentina.
Argentina is requesting the floor. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair, and apologies for interrupting. But before moving on to item 3, perhaps you could clarify what order we will address 2B and 2C. Is that after item 8 of the agenda, before item 8, after item 7? Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Brazil. What we would, Argentina, sorry. I'm giving you a new, Ronnie, I hope you give him a new nationality. I don't think he may want it, but to be an honor. What we would do, we would give you the TOR with the recommendations you suggested, and then we will table it to see if you're ready to have a discussion on it. So at this point, we will have it ready. It is more, you would then tell us when you're ready and when you want to discuss it, without us dictating to you when you should discuss it. So we will endeavor to have at least a draft in session ready sometime late this afternoon, so that worst comes to worst, either before the end of the day or early tomorrow morning, we can actually look at it, if that is all right for you. Thank you. Argentina.
Argentina.
Argentina. Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, perhaps we agree then that we move this to after item 7, and we will address items 2B and 2C after item 7, 2A also. Brazil.
Thank you, Senor Presidente. We would like to second the proposal made by Argentina, just so that we have foresight of how the discussion will take place, and then we can also prepare in terms of when to organize the representative to be here and to conduct that discussion. Thank you.
Gracias, Portugal.
Thank you, Portugal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same from our side, of course. This doesn't impede the Secretariat of giving us the document early so that we can analyze it as soon as possible. But indeed, it would be good to have clarity on when we are going to discuss, and the proposal from Argentina seems very reasonable to us and we can support. Thank you.
Tudo bem.
Entonces, la propuesta de continuar, Ana Claudia.
Gracias, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, Excellencies, while there is increasing policy attention and recognition of housing challenges, this trend does not yet appear to be accompanied by sufficient priority on the social function of shelter, land, and the city. Long-term strategies, including providing a framework for action or all the stakeholders, are also not in place. And related spending. In order to meet the diverse housing needs of urban populations, it's essential to diversify housing production and delivery mechanisms. Public housing, cost rental, community-led projects, market-generated affordable housing, self-help, incremental programs should be supported alongside private and public sector initiatives. Housing challenges are often framed as a supply crisis, emphasizing the production of new units through investment, but this approach is not universally relevant. In many regions, challenges differ, with issues like vacant housing and informal housing that should not be overlooked or made invisible. Rapid production without a long-term strategy can lead to mismatched housing needs, poor spatial planning, and socio-economic inequalities. Additionally, addressing housing issues must include sustainability considerations to align with emission budgets and long-term urban planning goals. Land also fundamentally underpins access to adequate housing and should be closely examined in housing policies and planning. The availability, location, accessibility, and affordability of land are crucial factors that directly impact the quality and stability of housing. More flexible, diverse, and inclusive land tenure systems can accommodate diverse housing practices, particularly in informal settlements and slums. I would like to invite our colleague, Francesca Lionelli, to proceed with the presentation. Francesca, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, experts, and colleagues. The right to adequate housing is, as a component of the right to inadequate standards of living, is recognized under international frameworks, several international frameworks, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Adequate housing is a cornerstone of human dignity and development, and it is integral to achieve health and education outcomes, as we heard this morning, as well as equality and inclusion. Virtually, it is integral and critical to achieve all sustainable development goals. Adequate housing, therefore, goes beyond physical structures and buildings, and the international framework highlights Thank you. And the international framework highlights this multiple dimension through its 7 core components of security of tenure, affordability, habitability, access to services, suitable location, cultural adequacy, and accessibility. Increasingly, challenges connected to climate change are pointing to the needs to expand this definition and add a further component. So discussion is underway in the Human Rights Council, has been initiated in the Human Rights Council to add an 8th component of sustainability. So this sustainability component would ensure that we recognize that the right to adequate housing must be realized for all within planetary boundaries, but also underscore that the climate crisis is already undermining the right to live somewhere in security and dignity for many. While we do recognize the advancements and the transformative actions that have been taken by many governments and their partners throughout the globe, and many of them are, or some of them at least, are mapped in the report and the information document that has been prepared for this agenda item, I would concentrate today for our discussion on the critical challenges that we still face to address adequate housing for all. These challenges are interconnected, systemic and urgent, and require coordinated action, but also clear priority setting, including for the future work of this working group. Between 1.6 and 3 billion people lack adequate housing globally. More than 1.2 billion people are living in informal settlements and slums, with number rising in rapidly growing regions of sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. At least 330 million people are facing absolute homelessness, a figure that is likely to be underestimated due to the lack of an international definition and insufficient global data. Different regional trends will be presented throughout the session by our colleagues from the regional offices, so I will revert to them for that discussion. I want to stress that these challenges are not abstract, and they are deeply interconnected with global trends and systemic issues. First of all, urbanization is outpacing planning. Urbanization continues to be a transformative force of our global landscapes, with the urban population projected to reach 68% by 2050, which would mean adding 2.2 billion people in urban areas. And out of this growth, 90% will be concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, often in secondary cities where the capacity is lower. Second, this poorly planned and reactive urban growth has already led to sprawling cities. For example, the Atlas of Urban Expansion, a project done by UN Habitat and the Lincoln Institute, has shown a rough statistical rule whereby as population double, land use triple. And this has been confirmed also by the data collected on the indicator SDG 11.3.1, which measures the ratio of land consumption to rate to population growth rate. Poorly planned and reactive Urban growth is then a challenge because sprawling cities are characterized by fragmentation, by inefficient land use, and by informal settlements, which might often be the only viable option for low-income groups, placing millions in unsafe and disaster-prone areas. Second trend we are seeing is that public spending on housing has declined in recent decades, or in any case has remained low in all regions for which we have data. For instance, in some regions, public housing investment as a share of the GDP has halved, and in general, it never surpassed 0.5% of the GDP. Further, many governments have shifted focus to demand-side subsidies, leaving supply-side interventions underfunded. And evidence shows that this has eroded social housing stocks and has led to concentrating poverty, perpetuating stigma and segregation, and limiting the economic and social viability of this tenure type. Further, this limit in public intervention and reliance, has been connected to reliance or over-reliance on private markets to deliver housing for all. While markets have an important role to play, evidence demonstrates that they are not the best placed, that private sector is not the best place to provide adequate solution for low-income households, especially those who are in cash-based and informal economy. Further, this framing has reduced housing to a supply issue, as it was mentioned already, with the primary focus on increasing the production of housing units through investment facilitation. However, this framework is, first of all, not universally applicable, at least from what you see from the data, as underproduction is not a challenge, or at least not the main challenge in every region. Even in regions undergoing rapid urbanization and demographic growth, where increased housing demand suggests a supply shortage, this perspective is frequently overlooking the potential of what already exists, which is often informal housing stock. For example, a research carried out by the African Development Bank analyzing the housing inadequacy in the bottom 40th percentile in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Zambia showed that the primary inadequacy of housing was actually connected to lack of connection to services, especially water, sanitation, and toilet. And this suggests the need to concentrate investment in infrastructure rather than building new housing altogether. Additionally, as mentioned by the executive director, without a long-term strategy to guide investment, this rapid production of new housing may lead to mismatch between the housing stock and the actual housing need, resulting in vacancies that we are seeing all around the world. Moreover, the need to adhere to emission budgets underscore the importance of mainstreaming sustainability into housing discussions. And finally, policies emphasizing private ownership, which is often connected to market-led solution, risk ignoring diverse legal and socially acceptable tenure system, which might be more appropriated for a certain share of the population. Housing is also deeply affected by broader crises such as climate change, conflict, and displacement. Globally, over 75 million people are internally displaced, many of whom live in overcrowded and hazardous conditions, as well as virtually permanently in camps that were initially intended as temporary. Climate change is compounding all of these with disasters and slow onset events like desertification and rising sea level, which are often hitting those who have contributed the least and straining housing system. Systemic inequalities also deeply shape who can access adequate housing. Women, indigenous peoples, migrants, and persons with disabilities face intersecting barriers, from discriminatory legal systems to social economic exclusion. Ensuring access to adequate housing requires robust legal protection and avenues for redress, yet housing-related grievances remain one of the most common yet under-addressed issues globally. Finally, governance and data shortcomings hinder effective action. Housing policies often lack the robust data needed to guide effective decision-making, but I would refer to agenda item 4 for this discussion, as the colleagues will elaborate on the study that was done to prepare. Finally, local governments are increasingly tasked with implementing housing strategies, but frequently lack the resources or the mandate to act. So just to conclude, these trends reveal interlinked challenges that demand systemic responses, as it has been repeated. Delivering on adequate housing calls for refocusing on housing as a common good and on its social function rather than as a commodity. And for this, public stewardship is essential. Secondly, urban sprawl and informality underscores the need for integrated planning that aligns housing, infrastructure, and climate resilience plans. Reduced public funding also highlights the importance of diversified financing models, such as land-based instruments and property tax reforms. Over-reliance on market-based solutions calls for balancing investment in non-market housing models, including public, cooperative, and community-led housing, as well as diversifying the tenure type to address different housing needs. Excellencies, let me end by stressing that this report offers evidence-based insight that are meant to support you in identifying the areas that matter most for the future of this working group, as well as your work regionally and at the national and regional context. Some areas that might benefit from deeper research include mapping domestic intervention and support that is given to different tenure type, linking them to social outcomes, the impact of community-led housing initiatives and how they can be scaled, and strategies to balance public and private sector roles in addressing adequate housing. Finally, mapping multi-level arrangement and mechanism, and especially examining the precondition for effective multi-level collaboration, is another avenue that could be explored by this working group. So I will end here, and we look forward to hearing your perspective on where further research and focus is most needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francesca. As I give the floor to Shipra to introduce the debate and the discussion, just a short reflection. I think it's very important that all of you look at this global analysis and report from your perspective and from your standpoint, from the different countries and from the different regions, and help us to see how it speaks or not to the challenges and the opportunities that you face. We are very aware that the contexts vary a lot, not only among the regions, but also within the regions. We have different degrees of institutionalization of housing policies, different degrees of integration of housing and urban planning policies, and also with the financial framework that's actually behind the housing production, either by public or by private stakeholders. But it's very important for us to understand, and especially considering the comments from the African group. So to embed in UN Habitat's next strategic plan and to help us and to guide us, what kind of data do we need to improve and to support your work in the region? Data that could orient the public sector, data that could orient the private sector. And I think there's a main reflection behind all that, which is actually the role of the governments vis-a-vis all types of initiatives, the production of affordable housing by the private sector, but also community-led initiatives, and how can we overcome this bottleneck, not only in terms of accessing finance, which is a major bottleneck mentioned in the report, but also in the statements made earlier, and move into really make sure that finances arrive to the right people and in the right location, that we overcome all the problems that we faced in the past in producing housing that's isolated and then not really addressing the social aspects, the urban integration, and right now we still have the climate challenge. But Shipra, over to you to introduce the debate.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues. My role, as the Executive Director said, is simply to provide an impulse for our discussion on this topic. As you've seen, today's presentation and the research that preceded it have identified not only the trends, but also some critical challenges and opportunities in realizing the right to adequate housing, from the mapping of public investments and interventions to the importance of multi-level governance, and localizing the housing agenda, to scaling community-led and non-market models, to strengthening public policy making, planning, and financial models, to enable all of these different kinds of interventions and ultimately realize the right to adequate housing for all. You now have a solid basis for identifying some actionable priorities. As we open the floor, we seek your guidance to refine the priorities for the Intergovernmental Expert Working Group. Specifically, we aim to establish a clear focus for our work in the intersessional period, because we hope that the conversation will not just be punctual from one year to another, but it will be a continuing discussion, provide directions for the next session, and start preparing a roadmap for the working group's report to the Assembly in 2029 as mandated by the resolution. Your guidance will help us to align the Secretariat's efforts with your needs and your directions, especially in terms of areas of research and action. Francesca's presentation identified a few of these, but certainly not all of them. Areas that the Secretariat should prioritize to deliver meaningful progress and ensure that the working group's mandate remains impactful as we go forward. So with that, I will leave it there, and back to you, Executive Director.
Thank you, Shipra. Back to you, Madam President.
Se abre el micrófono para la...
The floor is now open for your comments, inputs, and guidance. Anything you'd like to share? Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Chair, Executive Director. On behalf of the Republic of Colombia and the Ministry for Housing, Cities and Territory, we would like to thank you for this opportunity to take part in this important discussion on the global efforts in order to guarantee the right to adequate housing. We recognize and value the leadership of the Executive Director of UN Habitat for the documents presented, which offer a solid foundation to move forwards in discussions on the progress made and challenges that we still face. Colombia believes that adequate housing is not just an essential human right, but also a fundamental cornerstone to promote sustainability, social equality, and climate issues. Within this regard, we've adopted a comprehensive policy on habitat through the framework of our National Development Plan 2022 to 2026, which prioritizes water, housing, and their links together. With our comprehensive habitat policy, Colombia has emphasized the importance of a multi-level and participatory approach. The Colombian government has worked in collaboration with local communities, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants in order to integrate traditional knowledge in urban planning. This is in line with Resolution 2.4 of UN Habitat on biodiverse and resilient cities, promoting sustainability and equity through participatory approaches. Colombia has great hopes for the outcomes of this Intergovernmental Expert Open-Ended Working Group on Adequate Housing for All, which will, for the first time, provide member states a specific thematic forum to assess progress made in order to achieve adequate housing for all, discuss challenges related to this, and formulate recommendations to the Assembly to develop policies in order to accelerate progress towards achieving safe, sustainable, adequate, and accessible housing, understanding that there's not a single solution in order to address these issues. Along these lines, This group could set out best practices and share best practices experienced by other countries. Colombia set out innovative policies integrating housing in urban planning and the reduction of poverty. In order to give you an example, allow me to share the following. To achieve SDG 11, the national government of Colombia has set out actions to reduce the number of houses with a deficit. And so we have aimed to increase the number of accessible housing. And this has reached 600,000 houses in order to improve the status of the housing. We have made progress in building infrastructure in order to improve public transport and mass transport system within 12 cities in the country. To reduce the qualitative deficit in housing, Colombia has implemented policies to improve human settlements, which have deficiencies or urban precarity, in order to improve housing levels as part of its commitment to SDGs and UN Habitat principles. These measures include the provision of basic services and urban integration of these communities, striving to ensure decent and sustainable conditions for all. A priority area for Colombia has been to guarantee a land tenure security through the provision of land titles, in particular to women, indigenous peoples, and people of African descent, promoting thereby equity. Nevertheless, we are aware of the challenges which remain. The housing deficit continues to be a reality which affects millions of Colombians. Many families still live in vulnerable conditions in informal settlements, which deepens social and economic gaps. Technical capacities and resources of local governments are also limited, which makes it more difficult to implement effectively these policies related to housing within the country. In order to face up to these challenges, we believe it's essential to strengthen international cooperation. We urge the global community to step up efforts to provide innovative financing mechanisms and new models for technical cooperation to support developing countries. We propose adopting a comprehensive approach which takes into account infrastructure, transport, public services, employment, in order to ensure inclusive and sustainable development. In addition, we call for an increase in global investment in adequate housing, exploring alternatives such as circular economic models in order to provide sustainable housing solutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for having given me the floor. Senegal welcomes this question being added to our discussions in a context which is marked by global challenges in terms of housing, of appropriate housing. And we would like to thank the Executive Director for her report, which was so detailed. My delegation wishes to reaffirm its commitment to progressively ensuring access to all to decent housing in keeping with the principles contained in the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the International Covenant on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Senegal recognizes that decent housing is not limited only to physical shelter. It also includes security, access to basic services, as well, of course, as participation in community's life. Furthermore, according to the study running from 2035 to 2050, housing will or is the fourth priority of all citizens after health, employment, and so forth.
This clearly demonstrates what is at stake when it comes to the access to decent housing for our population. Madam Chair, my country is implementing a social housing program with 5,000 units already having been made available. Efforts are also being made to improve the urban infrastructure with a special focus on Dakar, including specific policies to back the most vulnerable strata of our population, such as the poor and workers in the informal sector. And we afford them sustainable, decent housing options. It is very important to state that the authorities also wish to implement a national program for access to land ownership within a renewed urban framework. And this is part of our program called Senegal 2050. My country believes that the housing sector will also enable us to develop a building and construction industry, which will be an effective and performing one. Despite this progress, challenges remain. My delegation would therefore like to urge the working group to ponder how governments can balance or strike a balance between public and private investment to guarantee decent housing for the poor. And fine, our second concern is what specific strategies can be implemented to improve the gathering and analysis of data on housing conditions to better guide public policies. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Franz?
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers délégués.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates. This meeting comes at just the right time. Yes, the housing problem is growing on a global level. 8 billion people don't have access to decent housing, and 1.2 billion live in informal settlements. 300 million individuals are homeless. These are figures, as you can understand, are simply unacceptable, and they force us to commit ourselves. In 2023, faced with this global concern, the UN Habitat Assembly adopted Resolution 22, which is aimed at accelerating the transformation of slums and creating decent housing, and this urges member states to give priority to access to decent housing. The French delegation wishes to convey its gratitude to the General Secretariat of UN Habitat for its work, which has enabled us to have an overview with all of the necessary data for us to hold and convene this first meeting of international experts. Now, this survey clearly shows the cross-cutting role of housing as a result of its impact on climate, on the economy, on gender equality, on democratic governance, as well as peace and security. All of this is positively improved as a result of decent housing, especially health and education. Furthermore, another impact which is worthy of being noted is the global economy. Now, the implementation of a public housing policy has a strong impact on the economy. It acts as a lever. It enables us to create legal jobs, formal jobs, and thus fight against informal employment. It improves security and the employability of workers, the setting up of tax systems, which of course bring in resources over the longer term. Our delegation fully associates us with the conclusions of the survey, which says that the challenges of housing is not just a problem of supply. To tackle this crisis, the public sector has to adopt a large gamut of measures. Public intervention is required to meet the needs of the population. There is therefore a need for every state to set up cohesive housing policies which are appropriate and which cover the social, economic, cultural, and economic aspects. So there is land ownership, and then there is transparency and the successful functioning of the market. This requires a technical toolbox as well as a legal one. So to illustrate what I'm saying, I'm going to very briefly describe 3 pillars of our housing policy in France, and we have 11 million renters. So regulating a fair market between the economic actors of the market, adopting norms and laws in terms of construction, and ensure transparency in terms of information. Developing a quantitative and qualitative supply through tax benefits in the private renting market, so financing it through subsidies and tax benefits, especially for housing policies in the urban field, in cities. Bold steps have been taken in terms of new construction, refurbishment, and all of this is accompanied by green subsidies. So ensuring the financing and legal framework for owners through financial support. And there will be assistance for direct renting for the poor, covering part of their costs. One should therefore think about how rents can be reduced. To return to affordable housing for all, especially to the poorest members of the population, the French delegation is convinced that the social housing policy is a key lever because it enables us to directly and concretely respond to the problems of the gap between the cost of housing and the ability of poor families to pay for it. In our view, social renting policy is the only thing that will guarantee access to long-term sustainable housing, affordable housing for the poorest. Unfortunately, in a number of our countries, challenges remain to be kept, including in terms of access to housing. By way of conclusion, the French delegation wishes to underscore that the absence of data is a problem when it comes to resolving the housing crisis, but the primary lever is implementing a housing policy which is based on a number of tools, which requires a strong investment, legal, technical, and financial by the public authorities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Morocco.
Madam Chair, Madame la Directrice.
Madam Executive Director, ladies and gentlemen delegates, distinguished guests. It is our honor to participate in this meeting of the Intergovernmental Working Group on Housing, which highlights the pressing need to act in a determined way in solidarity to guarantee decent housing to our populations, including the most vulnerable strata of our peoples. We have to step up the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 11 for inclusive and sustainable cities. We back the content of the report, as well as the proposals made within the framework of this report. Ladies and gentlemen, just like a number of other countries, in Morocco, housing is a major challenge. In Morocco, housing is a constitutional right. Now, the lack of housing was of 1.2 million units in 2002, and the growing movement from rural areas to urban areas has had a strong impact in Morocco. The urbanization rate in 2004 is 65.2%, and this has led to strong pressure on cities in terms of housing. Now, this shortage has been reduced to 278,000 units in 2023 as a result of a number of programs launched in Morocco, including the Cities Without Slums program, intervention in informal neighborhoods, as well as refurbishment of housing units. This was only possible as a result of a housing financing policy which was based and financed from a tax on cement, which funds a solidarity fund, which has enabled Morocco to step up all of these programs against indecent housing. Of course, the sector of lodging is the second in terms of the use of energy in our country. It uses 6% of the total energy use in our country, and we have taken steps to reduce this energy use, including through the setting up of a set of laws in terms of construction in Morocco and the law on energy efficiency and sustainable use of energy. Now, the Kingdom of Morocco is resolutely committed to meeting the challenge of decent housing for all, and we show our common yearning to see a world where housing is an engine for social and economic development and for human dignity. Multilateral action in this field should serve as a catalyst for all states in their fight against precariousness and the lack of decent housing. This involves the exchange of good practices in the international community from both a strategic as well as a technical and financial point of view. Now, programs initiated by Morocco for the fight against indecent housing clearly shows that we wish to tackle this today. Moroccan cities are marked by a notable, palpable improvement in housing, and the housing conditions of our 2 million inhabitants, of our peoples, have improved. Now, 2024 served as a major turning point in terms of habitation or housing in Morocco. For the first time, the national housing policy has moved from tax benefits and subsidies for private landlords to promoting supply with direct help for those concerned. This is the new direct assistance program from the state for housing, which was launched in January last year and has enjoyed great interest by the population. Its sound governments have enabled more than 28,000 Moroccan citizens to acquire decent housing through a fully digitalized procedure from the start to the end of the transaction, which provides transparency with as its guiding rule being first in, first out. Together, we will be able to build a world where housing is synonymous with dignity, well-being, and progress for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We've heard a few important comments, which I think move us forwards in terms of how we can achieve this goal of adequate housing for all. And we need to go into more depth on the central topics or terms such as comprehensive habitat policies, knowledge of how to move forwards, the knowledge that this is a crisis, in particular with relation to informal human settlements. But in general, we've also heard about the positions of governments at all levels. An essential topic that we'll need to discuss in depth will really be the responsibilities of governments of the member states and the parties to all of these various economic, social and cultural conventions in terms of financing, whether they're responsible for this or not. So what is the common denominator which blocks the construction of housing? In particular, after COVID, what do we need to do? What can be done to generate the construction of housing, in particular under times of crisis such as during COVID? I think I'd like to later suggest a few ideas on this. Undoubtedly, the construction of housing, in particular construction of social housing, can generate employment more than many other sectors. So I think that's also something to put on the table in our discussions. I am Barbados asking for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for coming in at this late hour, but I was so moved by the contributions of others that I felt it necessary to make the following comment. Adequate housing for all in the context of small island developing states presents a unique collision of not only decent housing, but also resilient housing. As we deal with the double challenge of access to finance
and the ongoing climate challenge that we have. This makes housing more expensive as we're forced to build and build back. How we approach the issue of housing for our people will define our struggle moving forward. We congratulate you, Madam ED, on the perception and the view that this issue speaks to the fundamental needs across the globe. And we beg that this working group will bear in mind that merely addressing housing is not enough, but also what kind and how resilient to climate challenges this housing will be is important. Barbados supports any discussion that encompasses these considerations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Germany?
Thank you, Excellency Chair. Thanks, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies and colleagues. Good morning. Since this is the first time that my delegation takes the floor, I would like to express our thanks to the Secretariat for organizing this important meeting. Germany is proud that we were able to support the implementation of this resolution and together with others support to hold this meeting. Allow me to just give a few remarks from our side. On the domestic side, Germany has set itself concrete goals towards affordable and climate-friendly housing. The objective to build 400,000 new apartments every year, 100,000 of which are social housing. But we see adequate and affordable housing not only as a domestic priority, but as a goal we pursue also at the international level and stage. Our vision is to bring about a just urban transition that creates cities with vibrant neighborhoods and a high quality of life for all. By developing integrated approaches and cross-sectoral strategies, sharing technical expertise and improving financing options, we are working together with national governments, municipal administrations, and relevant urban stakeholders to make cities more livable and inclusive. In this respect, we regard the right to adequate housing as key to combating poverty and inequality, promoting climate justice and enhancing sustainable development. Yet it is evident that the challenges surrounding access to safe, adequate and affordable housing are vast and urgent, and even more so if we look at the so-called Global South. We as German government follow a twofold strategy when tackling the issue of adequate housing with and in our partner countries. Firstly, we support forward-oriented, integrated and inclusive planning processes, especially in terms of land management, land tenure, and the participation of affected inhabitants. This is to ensure accountability and acceptance among all stakeholders involved. Secondly, we promote in situ upgrading of existing underserved and socially disadvantaged settlements. In order to improve the living conditions of people living in poverty, resettlements are to be avoided as much as possible. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Netherlands?
Gracias, Señora Presidenta, and good morning to everyone. Just as many other countries, the Netherlands is also facing a housing crisis. The current shortage amounts to approximately 5% of the stock. And additionally, because of a growing population and changes in household composition, we need to add approximately 1 more million homes to the stock over the next decade. The current government objective is to increase annual output to add 100,000 houses per annum to the stock. 2/3 of that number should be affordable for lower and middle income households. And this number should be achieved through a combination of newly built homes and better usage of existing buildings, for instance, through transforming office buildings. To reach these targets, the current government will invest a 7.5 billion euros financial support package in construction of affordable housing and associated public infrastructure. In recent years, there was also a renewed focus on ways of central steering on the housing market. Agreements were made with all subnational governments and social housing corporations. These resulted in construction targets that are local translations of national construction targets. 2/3 of these should be affordable for lower and middle income households. We now work on a formalization of this process of stronger direction through the reinforcement of Directing on Housing Act. This bill focuses on construction targets via building enough houses in the right places through mutually agreed agreements with subnational governments and social housing corporations. Moreover, this bill focuses on affordability, which puts an obligation to build 2/3 of the houses in the affordable segments, such as social housing and houses for middle incomes. Furthermore, on the affordability of the existing stock, the new Affordable Rental Act modernizes rental regulations in order to safeguard rental affordability for middle incomes, public workers, and young households, while also maintaining willingness to invest in both new construction and energy performance improvement for this segment of the market. Against this background, we would appreciate the focus of this working group on an integrated approach towards how to enlarge the housing stock in such a way to better utilize existing stocks, while simultaneously enhancing its sustainability. Also, we hope this working group will deliver guidance on how to reframe the housing discussion away from an issue focused on supply towards issues such as tenure security, access to basic services, affordability, habitability, which also includes resilience and sustainability. We look forward to learning from others on this and other issues during the next couple of days. Thank you, Señora Presidenta.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. China?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Executive Director, dear experts, dear colleagues, good morning. This meeting is of key importance. Our delegation attaches great importance to the mandate of this working group, and we commend the work of the working group. On behalf of the Chinese delegation, I would like to brief you on the experience from China. President Xi Jinping pointed out that people's aspiration to good life is our goal, our aim of our efforts. Since long, the Chinese government attaches great importance of a people-centered approach. Houses should be livable, and we attach great importance to the build of a social security system for housing. We accelerated our efforts to tackling the issues in the low and middle income populations and in the suburbs. On one hand, we have improved our housing system and on the security provided to low-cost living and for the loan market. And at the same time, we have also steadily promoted the reconstruction of slums or on the housing on the shelters. And therefore, we can provide basic support for our population. And step by step, we could improve the living quality of our population. On the other hand, we have steadily improved our affordability for the living units. For the low-income population, we have published policies to guarantee the basic living cost for low-income population and people living in poverty. And for people with difficulties to with basic living difficulty of living a basic life, we have strengthened our public service support and support for the migrant workers coming from outside the cities. We provide them with subsidies. At the same time, we have provided support for the management service and with our cooperation partners. Thirdly, we have steadily pushed forward the units that is for renting. And we provide a multi-channel, multi-partner system for units for renting so that more university graduates and those migrant workers could have affordable living units in the city. Fourthly, we have, according to the local circumstances, we have provided basic living units for that is usable and that is rentable. Is particular in the cities like Beijing and Shanghai, we have launched the pilot projects, and we encourage that we could launch more pilot projects in the mega cities with a huge population and a large number of migrants workers. We help middle-income families to gain better access to affordable living. We have also launched a series of rehabilitation projects on the renovation of slums so that we could, within our capacity, to improve the living condition in the old city centers and in the slums and in those habitations or the living units that was built on reclaimed lands from all the mining sites. So for all those experiences that we have gained in the Chinese market, I should say that all levels, from the government, from the financing sector, and from the mortgage sector, and from the central government sector, the financial financing, or the central financing, and then many other sectors, we have provided a package of different policies to support affordable living. As a country with a large population, the challenges we face are innumerable. We need support from UN Habitat and international cooperation partners to help us together tackle all the challenges. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For Indonesia, the issue of adequate housing or the lack thereof is a problem that we are facing currently. Based on a socio-economic survey conducted by the National Statistic Body in 2023, the backlog for adequate housing reached 9.9 million housing for average people in Indonesia. The government of Indonesia is committed to provide 3 million adequate housing per year, which includes 2 million adequate housing in rural areas and 1 million in urban areas. The distribution of this adequate housing will depend on the density of the population, which require the provision of this adequate housing. So in the case of Indonesia, we can imagine that the island of Java and Sumatra would be the priority for this adequate housing program. In terms of financing, the government will use both state budget as well as blended financing, including the Indonesian Green Affordable Housing Program, which we hope can invite international collaboration to cooperate with the Indonesian government to provide this adequate housing, which also take into account the issues of climate change. So I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates and experts, the delegation of Burkina Faso welcomes the convening of this session of the working group and wishes to congratulate all stakeholders for their initiative. Now, the acceleration of urbanization in African states, and especially in our country, is the result of very high demographic growth on the one hand, and then, of course, a growing urbanization on the other. This is compounded by the phenomenon of insecurity related to the terrorist attacks experienced in our countries over the last 10 years. Generally speaking, this urbanization is one which is not controlled and governed and leads to an imbalance between supply and demand in terms of housing, which results in a number of problems. Firstly, the creation of slums, precarious settlements, informal settlements, and so forth, a lack of equipment and basic infrastructure which is necessary for decent living. Secondly, the lack and high price of decent housing. And thirdly, the deterioration and pollution of the environment. Now, access to decent housing for all indigenous peoples and internally displaced peoples lies at the very heart of the concerns of Burkina Faso. Now, the department responsible for urbanization and housing has decided to promote decent housing for all as a major axis of our national strategy for housing and urban development. Now, the situation in terms of supply of housing clearly shows that the problem lies with the means available to most people seeking to find housing. This is also compounded by terrorist acts, especially for low and mid-income households. This categorization of households had enabled the Department for Urbanization and Housing to draw up a strategy for tackling housing needs based on the various social strata, as well as on a set of identified criteria, and also the help that can be provided to households who have no income and who are moving to urban areas. Now, the government has incorporated into its strategy the fact that a majority of Burkinabe households cannot satisfy their needs in terms of housing in the formal market and therefore build their own homes. As a result of their poverty, they do not manage to finish their construction projects, especially not with a satisfactory quality and on time. Our efforts to make available to the population of Burkina Faso decent housing has therefore focused on an improvement of the regulatory and institutional framework of the housing sector, provide assistance to low-income households, reducing homelessness by increasing supply of housing, a rationalization of land use in cities, and intensifying the use of urban lands, providing appropriate financing for the development of housing, the use of local materials are all part of this. To achieve decent housing for all social strata, we passed a law in 2015 on private renting, which guarantees a basic level of security for renters and which has led to the setting up of a broad construction program of 150,000 units from 2024 to 2029, with pride of place given to making available decent and affordable housing to the most deprived. We are focusing on private and public salaried households, as well as members of the diaspora. We are focusing on assisting poor households in building their own housing, especially when they own their land. This assistance has enabled us to set up a financial and technical setup which helps households in building their own homes. Furthermore, efforts were made by the government of Burkina Faso to improve the housing supply, focusing on ready-made housing, key-in-hand housing, which will be made available to most of the most deprived social strata. There is work underway in rural and urban communities by setting up mixed cities to ensure that no one is left behind. By moving forward in this way, we hope to, over the long and medium term, provide decent housing by providing land in a way that does not fuel speculation and does not resolve the problem, something which makes our countries inaccessible to a certain category of citizens. To support such an initiative aimed at ensuring that housing is affordable for all, the government of Burkina Faso has resorted to three main levers. Now, having housing developers contribute, as well as having banks involved as well in the financing of housing and construction. Now, the implementation of this integrated approach in all of our regional programs aimed at making towns and cities more affordable, will improve the resilience of cities hosting internally displaced peoples. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. All of these comments have made valuable contributions to our discussions. Ana Claudia?
Thank you, Madam President. Since we still have more or less half an hour left for the session this morning, I would like to already call our Director for Latin American and Caribbean to present our actions, programs, and trends from the region. The idea of how we set up the agenda, the combination of some research, some data, information, knowledge gathered by UN Habitat and experiences addresses the requests on the resolution. And also the idea is to make more dynamic. So Elkin, I believe you have a presentation over there already. So maybe use 20 minutes so to leave time for a round, and if needed, you can complement in the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, Madam Chair. Thank you and good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, experts on housing for all and informal settlements. What I want to share with you this morning is part of the experience that has been developed in Latin America and the Caribbean on this area of housing for all and informal settlements. And in a context where we have reached the moment or the time to see that poverty has an urban phase. The last information that we got from the Regional Commission showed to Latin Americans and Caribbeans that 73% of the people living in poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean, they live in urban settings. And 68% of the people in extreme poverty, they live also in cities. That allows us to think from now on that whatever we do positively to correct or to find solutions to the poverty in cities is going to have a very important impact in our countries. But also, housing is at the center of poverty in the region. The last information we got, the last data we got from the World Bank show us that in a projection until 2050, we will have a demand for 65 million of new units of houses in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also 40% of additional urban land by the same period in our cities. And that comes in a region where we consider that the cities are also critical and central to the purposes of economic development. So the wealth of experiences that I want to share with you, I have tried to curate them based on the approaches and the key concepts that we have been utilized in member states and local authorities and communities, experts, practitioners have been utilizing in Latin America and the Caribbean. Starting, of course, with the framework of the New Urban Agenda, but also the framework of adequate housing, that is a very UN important framework. The right to the city that is mentioned in the New Urban Agenda is really very much mainstreamed in Latin American legal and even constitutional frameworks. And something very important in those constitutional and legal frameworks, very useful to do the work have a success in the field, the social and ecological function of land. The integrated approach has also been very important and critical to know not only success, but also to do something that very often we hear you in national governments thinking how to do more with less or with the same resources that we have. And the integrated approach has been very important. we have curated with our team the examples of Latin America and the Caribbean based on this integrated approach that I would call the value chain of urban sustainable development and adequate housing, and that has 5 key entry points: data, multi-level policies, strategies, and plans, integrated solutions, adequate housing, urban projects and interventions, financial structuring and SDG social impact investments, and coalitions. I will mainly refer to points A, B, C, and E. On data, just a set of examples. Important, very, very important from the experiences in Latin America and the Caribbean, that data, when it is not completely developed or available from the institutions, we work also with communities in generating data with quick participatory mappings, like the examples that we present in Brazil, socioeconomic profiles, like it has been very much developed in Brazil, and I have the honor to also see here in the room the former Minister of Cities of Brazil, Madame Inés Magalhães. She has been very instrumental also in these processes. And something very important in informal settlements, which is the data about some families, households that are not necessarily part of the official data. We were actively working with the municipality of Rio de Janeiro to actively search the invisible, in brackets, people and families in the favelas, for them to have access to the social services, including housing, but also health, education, and so on. That has been a very active and a very, very important work in the city of Rio de Janeiro, generating a lot of good hints, methodologies to share with UN Habitat. We have been working with them, but also with the global community interested in urban development. Informal settlements. A word to say that informal settlements has been identified as a central area of work by Central American countries and Dominican Republic. That was after the pandemic, when they were asking how to better respond to the situation, to the recovery, full recovery after the pandemic, and they identified 3 areas of work: food security, social protection, and informal settlements. The 8 Central American countries talked to UN agencies and asked for support for joint work regarding poverty, alleviation, reduction at the level of informal settlements in cities. And we started, after a conversation with number of stakeholders in the region and after number of participatory meetings, to advance on an inventory of informal settlements in Central America and Dominican Republic. This is actually advancing. We have already set methodologies combining with the participation of Inter-American Development Bank, our own UNITAC based in Hamburg, and this is really very promising, but also building on the experiences that were presented from the different countries, and I want to highlight the one presented by Costa Rica. So we are advancing also in this perspective that is, we think, from Latin America and the Caribbean, something that can inspire an action in other regions in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also in the world. In Andean countries, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, they were receiving an important flow of migrants from Venezuela in the recent years. And the most important part of this flow of migrants arrived to cities and to informal settlements in cities. So there were a need to revisit the availability of social infrastructure, housing, and other aspects of the social policy to respond to this very situation. UN Habitat was called together with other UN agencies, UNHCR and IOM, to work together and to apply area-based approaches in those informal settlements. So we have developed also there some methodologies. One, the urban inclusion marker, that is to identify the availability not only for the migrant population, but also for the hosting communities, creating this possibility to joint work and conversation with migrants and hosting communities. This social marker is a methodology that generates perspectives and new tools to make decisions on how to intervene better the informal settlements. Now, policies, strategies, plans. Again, in the 8 countries of the Central American and Dominican Republic system, SICA, we have developed, thanks to the Swiss cooperation, a program to support the 8 countries on the development of national policies. They want to contribute and to advance on the implementation of the new urban agenda in the context of the recovery post-pandemic, as I was mentioning before, but also with a view to integrate housing in a way or in another, depending on the national institutionality and culture, policy culture, how to develop the national urban policies. There is one example here, but this example comes, of course, after the good examples also in our region, in Chile, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, to name a few. Honduras, for the first time, engaged in a national urban policy, integrating the housing perspective there. With something very important is, of course, also the alignment with the localization of the SDGs. In another part of the continent, Paraguay also came with their own version of the national urban policy, the National Urbanism, Housing and Habitat Policy, where they are, in addition to many important components of that policy, including the development of capacities, the strengthening of local capacities and capacities in general in the public sector to implement all what is related to the national policy, including housing and informal settlements. This is something very interesting. In those policies as well, at national level, a country like Colombia was able to think that there was a need for some instruments to facilitate the access to housing to the migrant population in Colombia. And they expedited the Decree 057 in 2021 to provide subsidies, temporary subsidies for migrant families, as well as to hosting communities' families to have access to housing through rental modalities. Not only national governments in Latin America and the Caribbean are interested in the national urban policies or housing policies, but also the subnational institutions, the subnational levels. In countries of the size of Brazil and Mexico is very obvious, but including in other countries of a smaller size, there is an interest also to have these middle levels of national level policies and strategies. And I want just to put here the example of the guidelines for housing policy in Alagoas, the state of Alagoas in Brazil. We've done the same. There are many other examples, but I want to refer to the example of the country of our president of the United Nations Habitat Assembly in Coahuila, in Mexico. We did also the same. At the city level, I want to mention, of course, that there is a number of plans, city plans, land use plans related to housing. One very important case is in Isidora, Belo Horizonte in Brazil, where the plan is integrating an area, Isidora area, the Isidora urbanization plan, with a view to, one, facilitate the adaptation to climate change and the resilience of this very area, but also to think the new ways to make sure that there is access to community infrastructure and affordability of housing. With something in addition very important. The plan is directly connected also with the budget plan, national budget plan, and that has facilitated also the destination of federal national resources towards that specific plan. That's very important. The plan is not only a document to be on a shelf, is the document to orient and guide public investments. Integrated solutions, data, policy plans, and integrated solutions. All this is articulated in a way. The integrated urban operations in Central America and the Caribbean, connected with what I mentioned before, national urban policies, national housing policies. So we went to the very granular scale, of course, guided by member states and in agreement with the local authorities and communities to work in specific informal settlements. It was not just about having an inventory in a national policy, but also to go and demonstrate how the work translates into concrete results and ways of interventions for multiplicity of factors, led in general by the local communities and the local state authorities, but also with the participation of national governments and other stakeholders, mainly based in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and also Costa Rica, in the well-known city of Curridabat, San Jose area. Those urban integrated operations, starting from housing, but integrating other aspects that we need really to take people out of poverty in our informal settlements, connecting with public spaces, with the infrastructure that is needed in terms of basic services, but also thinking the mobility and thinking the proximity to opportunities for decent jobs. With a methodology that has been built, contextualized to the Central American context, environment, after wealth of methodologies and know-how that we have in UN Habitat in different regions of the world and now in the global level that we are landing here. Important here to say, we understood that we need to treat different what is different. Every single informal settlement has different perspectives. And based on this perspective, the methodology needs to be adjusted. I want to highlight one in the San Jose de Colinas, Honduras, where the methodology has been built on the perspective of incremental housing. And I mention that because we have learned a lot from Mexico on incremental housing. And that is also to say that all this process has been benefiting from the conversation and the exchange of experiences and leaders and experts as we have in other countries. So that gives also all the sense to this very exercise that we have today, of course, with as usual, and we are really very proud and happy about that, the happy faces of the communities that are there. But the integrated urban solutions is not only for informal settlements, it's also for other areas of the city that needs to be developed, that will need to go for an planned extension plan, sorry for the redundancy, but with housing at the center. There is an example here in Manabi. I want to highlight this example in Santa Marta, in Colombia, where is going to be an area with a housing model focused on the needs of, on the one side, market, but on the other side, the needs of communities. So a blend of those perspectives that arrive to, of course, conceive a plan for mixed uses and in a very important area of Santa Marta in Colombia. Coming back also to Colombia, Peru, Ecuador on the work with migrants, there has been also a concept very important that has been put into motion, the social production of habitat as the ideal platform for integration and social cohesion. Again, working in informal settlements and oriented toward, and I want to insist very much on that, the integrated nature of the solutions that are conceived. Let me jump to the final part of my presentation. Coalitions. We have experienced in Latin America and the Caribbean the high success of and the relevance of that interaction and exchange among member states, among regions, between experts from and experiences from different areas. I want to thank Brazil, who has supported through the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, this inter-regional cooperation work between Brazil and Africa, mainly Lusophone Africa, with one example, the most recent ones. There are others where we have seen the benefit of the exchange between Brazilian institutions and institutions in the Cape Verde in terms of how to localize the national housing policy, how to assure the social interest of housing, how to develop that social housing based in the very important and known experience of Brazil, Minha Casa, Minha Vida, my home, my life, or my house, my life. And in the side of coalitions, I want to mention the multi-stakeholders coalitions. We are part of this coalition. For us, it has been in Latin America and the Caribbean very successful, very important, and very instrumental to secure that the new urban agenda, the housing policies, ideas and perspectives can advance. And after Habitat 3, institutions of Latin America and the Caribbean started to discuss. I want to recognize the leadership of Habitat for Humanity, but I want to let you know that one of the founding mothers of this coalition is here in this table, is our executive director. This coalition, the Urban Housing Practitioners Hub, has been very active in Latin America and the Caribbean, now with more than 100 strategic partners, 60 plus housing laboratories, a number of activities to facilitate the connection, the conversation, the development of the collective intelligence in Latin America and the Caribbean, to promoting or through promoting exchange and co-creation, encouraging innovative initiatives and managing knowledge. Of course, with a very good strategy that we are now at the moment of seeing forward, and that we want also to let you know that that platform exists not only for Latin America and the Caribbean, but is also projected to have activities in other regions of the world, and perhaps it can also inspire your conversations and decisions after this open-ended working group meeting. My final comments and considerations about this Latin American and Caribbean wealth of experiences. One, data is critical. Whether it is census, well-structured data, completed or complemented in many cases by the data that comes directly from communities. Sometimes we need to be able to combine the very the systematic way of developing data in a country with our census and data institutions, with the vernacular data and the popular data coming from the local communities. That has been very important as to accelerate the results of the work that we have been accompanying and doing in Latin America and the Caribbean. We noticed also that when we were inspiring ourselves in the adequate housing concept, that perhaps there is a room to review the concept. For instance, we might all recall that that was developed some decades ago, correct? And it is important to revisit from our field experience the adequate housing to the realities that we have now and the new perspectives. We do see from that experience that it is important, but also the need, and that proved to be always very, very important, to connect housing policies with land and with urban planning. This is really something that should always be developed hand in hand. We have noticed this in those examples, but we also have the examples I didn't show here, that when it is not done that way, there might be not so good results. Also with the hand in our heart in Latin America. So it's critical. And connecting also with the multi-level investments, those plans, in the cases that have been working well, it was also because there was a direct connection with the investment from the federal government, national government, but also the investments from the local authorities, and needless to say, a basis also for instance, resource mobilization with other sources, including international cooperation. The centrality of housing and informal settlements in the social protection agenda. The case of Central America showed us the relevance of it. We were working in Central American informal settlements thanks to the social crisis after the pandemic. And that was the request and the demand directly from member states. So this is really critical. But that has another way to be read. It means that an investment in housing might be also having impacts in health, education, access to services. And the reverse of this coin is that we can also have investments from other sectors focalized on housing to have an impact in those sectors. We do think that there is a lot of opportunities there. The final comment from my side is that accelerating impact of interregional exchange and relevant coalitions to support the global objectives in housing for all, informal settlements, and the new urban agenda is not only one more component, it's critical and central to the success that we want to have in response to the housing global crisis. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Madam Executive Director.
Thank you, Elkin. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Malaysia pidió la palabra.
Malaysia, I give you the floor. Nevertheless, we'd like to propose that we come back to the presentation in the afternoon and continue with the agenda as set out. If you agree, then we'll adjourn for now and give you the floor later. Secretariat, I'm not sure if there's any more announcements.
Madam Chair, Malaysia, again, I echo the apologies of the chair. You know, you do have an event that the interpreters have to go to now in conference room 1. And so that's why we have to end. And we'll be back here at 2 o'clock to continue with what we are doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, everybody. So we'll see you all at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Sí.
Well, on at 12:30, we'll have an off script path to the World Social Summit at 12:30. So those who are interested, it will be in this room. The path to the World Social Summit. All right.
Good afternoon. Thank you to those of you who are in the room. We are rather spread out across a large room, but there's at least a minimum number here, which is good. Thank you for that. We wanted these lunchtime sessions to try and promote a little bit more diverse interaction amongst the groups who are present, and to allow for the possibility of observers and partners to engage a lot more directly in the discussions and to share some of their experiences and priorities. And in particular, the subject of today's discussion is very much linked towards United Nations system processes. The fact that Habitat doesn't exist in isolation. We exist as part of the UN family, working under the Sustainable Urbanization Coordination Strategy. And in particular, we are very linked to a lot of the social side of the development outcomes that the United Nations considers. So that frequently comes up in ECOSOC, in Third Committee, as we've heard earlier, and in other forums. And at the moment, quite a lot of the focus of the UN system is looking now towards moving on from the Pact for the Future, looking at how to implement that, and then moving forward towards the World Social Summit next year. From our point of view, and I think that's been reinforced by some of the comments that were made this morning, housing is an absolutely foundational component to any social outcomes. And so we are trying to look at how does housing get reflected at the World Social Summit itself, but also in the other events and processes that lead up to that. There will be others along the way, financing for development and different things like this. And we believe it's very important that we keep housing as a central element in all of these discussions, because it binds that social and economic side in so many ways. The kind of context we're coming from, particularly on the Social Summit, of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development, highlighting that empowering people to maximize their capacities and opportunities is the most effective way to drive social practice forward. And so housing very much links into this. It is about agency, the ability to independently act and have a place within communities. So we are looking at that going forward. We are also very aware, as always with Habitat, we are a relatively small agency. That means we depend very much on our partnerships and our work with others to project the messages and to build coalitions and to try and take these issues forward. So we hope that these discussions will be, well, not necessarily the start, but a stepping stone in continuing to strengthen our partnerships and our alliances going forward towards the World Social Summit. And we hope that you will all join us in pushing forward on housing. So without further ado, I would like to offer the floor first to the Executive Director of UN Habitat, Madam Ana Claudia Rosbach, for her to give her reflections on housing as a driver of socio-economic development and a central pillar of a renewed social contract. Thank you, Madam Executive Director.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon. Yeah, we don't have so many people here, but maybe we can have some discussion and some conversation. As Robert said, there's a large intersection between housing and social development, but I would say I would expand to socio-economic development. If we look at the basics, without an address, people cannot access jobs. So it's a minimum condition for people to look for opportunities in the job market. But not only in the job market, if people are looking for opportunities in terms of economic inclusion, in terms of in terms of generating new housing opportunities. So the social needs in terms of housing vis-a-vis the crisis, if we can say so, in terms of achieving the SDGs and the climate, for me, are not major coincidences. So we have to see those crises and how they are related, and use, our unique position as UN Habitat, as with the convening power of UN Habitat, and especially now that we are suggesting that access to housing lays at the center of the new strategic plan. How can we, throughout our program, throughout our research and the infrastructure of data, knowledge and practices that we make available for member states, we can help in terms of building this narrative and offer you the assistance and the means needed to cover that. As Robert said, we have a roadmap this year in terms of UN conferences. We have the climate conferences, we have finance conferences, but we have the social summit. And this is in the roadmap of social summit, I would like to put this conversation right now, and I would like to put the work of the working group, so that we gain arguments, we gain inputs to go there and build on this narrative, and also work with the UN system and with the member state to see how we can maximize and support overcoming the social challenges that we have from our mandate and from our perspective and from the housing perspective. So with that, I really would like Robert and colleagues, and appreciate the presence here of the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic, Inês Magalhães, Vice President of Caixa, but also Alexandre Frediani from IIED, and see from, how do you see that from the political, from the practice, and from the research perspective? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam ED. Ambassador Blanco, you had your role as the chair of the third committee, and you've obviously been very deeply involved in a lot of these discussions in New York, and in particular as regards habitat, the question of homelessness, and which very much links a number of the elements that the EED was highlighting. And to be honest, homelessness often politically is not a terribly attractive topic. So it's also one that takes a little bit of extra effort to get onto the agenda and to bring forward. Based on that experience, I would be particularly interested in your thoughts and advice on how we can continue to push the question of adequate housing forward through the multilateral forums and frameworks, how we can re-emphasize these linkages into the development system, but also keeping that rooted in the rights side as well. And look at how we use that to push stronger linkages between the kind of physical development side and the social outcomes and the economic role that things happen. So it really, your thoughts on where examples of things that have really succeeded in those lines and New York would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the executive director, and of course to the panelists. Indeed, this is a cross-cutting issue. We have to first understand that the issue of adequate housing for all have to be addressed at all levels, and you have to be linkage to every discussion at the UN, and of course, as I said in the morning, outside the UN, for example, at the IFIs. We have next year a good momentum to address this issue. First, to keep raising our voices within the regular processes that we have at the UN. Of course, we have ECOSOC, we have HLPF, which are important platform for member state to continue addressing this situation. We as Dominican Republic, we're gonna make sure that we're gonna our voice will be there for this. We're gonna be new members of the ECOSOC starting January, and one of the issues that we have on our agenda is to promote this in all of our discussions. Then you have two major events coming up. FFD. Although the issue of housing is not addressed 100% explicitly on the process, I think there's a big opportunity for us to present the case and to spread within our group members group of different regions why it is important not only to emphasize on the strengthening fiscal system of the SDGs, which is something that was discussed last week as part of the element papers of this new process, but sometimes we need to understand how we determine the allocation of resources for the future, especially in this housing initiative that we have in our agenda. You were talking about research. That's something that you have to be addressed in a more responsible way. We have to ensure the effectiveness of research on this. That's one thing. Then we have, of course, this social summit. The social summit aims to be one of the outcomes to be a new social contract between member states and stakeholders and everyone involved. But personally, we cannot talk about any new social contract if we don't tackle and eradicate homelessness. That's something that have to be clear. Like a social contract has to be holistic, have to address all elements, and the issue of housing is an important one that has to be addressed during the summit. And also in that process, we'll be very active. We were very active since the beginning when the process was launched 2 years ago, and the idea is to continue to promote this during next year's negotiations towards the summit. And as I said before, financing is important to keep pressuring these IFIs. There is no way we're gonna achieve housing for all if we don't, as governments, private sector, and everyone is involved to support this in a responsible way. Now in the Dominican Republic, we have, of course, a lot of issues with housing, but the government by itself cannot do anything. We just now have the private sector pushing with a new loan system for housing for the poorest, and of course reconstructions and so on. So this issue also have to go side by side with this financial policy that we can try to, I don't know if the word is if to rearrange within the financial system. I think that's critical. This group is going to be an important voice to spread these necessities, and we're going to be ready to work within the group, and of course, as I said before, in any of these platforms within the UN system. Although it's a very politicized system right now, everywhere you go. As you said before, when I was chair of the third committee, I thought that that there were some issues that could go very easily in the discussion, and they were blocking all over the place. So now it's worse. But these are things that affect everyone, and I'm sure if we have the right message, the correct message, I think we can get through there and have good results at the end. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that emphasis on the combination of voices and the potential role that the Housing Working Group can play in sort of trying to channel and amplify the voices of member states on the issues will come through. We hope. We'll have to keep working on that. I'd now like to give the floor to Ines Magalhães, the Vice President of Caixa Brazil, the main actor in delivering the Minha Casa Minha Vida project, which is a pretty heavy burden to carry. The political expectations, the mechanics of getting it all done, there's quite a lot packed in there. And noting that wonderful emphasis that Brazil puts on, yes, we're delivering housing, we're delivering a physical structure, but this is about how we help people take control of their lives, how they improve their lives. If you could, we're particularly interested, I mean, all aspects are interesting, but particularly interested in the experience of how do we get that combination of social and physical elements prioritized? How do we get governments to bring it forward? And how can we use this as an example that we can try to champion and saying this is why we need housing to be central in the World Social Summit? Your thoughts would be much appreciated.
So I will try with my English, but so it's important. Caixa is a public bank, is a retail bank, but also is the national agency to deliver policies in terms of housing, in terms of slum upgrading, in terms of transferência de renda. I forget the transfer. Yes, transfer. And so in terms of housing, social housing, I can put in three different dimensions the role of Caixa Econômica. In the person, focus in the family, we can show it's important have to analyze risk model that includes informal rental to provide affordable finance, affordable loan to the families. The first of all. The second of all is, according to the national policies, you recognize that some people don't have requirements to get loan, formal loan, and you transform this formal loan in part of the salary, 10% of the salary through 5 years. It's like have a commitment. The family would pay for own housing, and the other side, you recognize that some families don't have condition to assume a hypothec or mortgage form. The second, so in this case, I think Minha Casa Minha Vida is very helpful, is very effective, because you have 2 lines, and for the people who don't have capacity to get a mortgage, and the other side, you create a economic market for the basic housing. Since 2009 until now, we can deliver 8 millions of housing, since 1.8, almost 2 millions in the social housing.
with the mortgage and the not mortgage strategy. And this is, we try, to, with the national, with the local government, put together the education, health, and the important empowerment work with the families. Is the trabalho social, is a social work is mandatory in each development and each Islam upgrading project. I think is a very important point in terms of housing, social housing approach. In terms of developments, action have a label to provide incentives to the private market to give some sustainable aspect to water reuse or more alternative energy. But the big issues for us is not the greenwashed edification, is put together the effort to give to this population some initiatives like how do you say that? Community gardens and hortas, como se diz isso? Hortas, vegetable gardens, and we not worry about the green buildings, but we were worrying about give opportunities the people have the more sustainable life. There is a lot of challenge, of course, but I think we have a good experience to reduce a new slums. In terms of urban planning, I think we in the city level, housing must be integrated with a masterpiece in the urban plan, includes land regularization, security of tenure, includes reservation in the formal areas. I think is the very important issues for this group and our work in the work in the specialist group is thinking about how you can incentivize the municipalities and the countries put in our national urban framework the necessity to remark the formal areas inside the city to housing, social housing. In Brazil, we have the ZEIS. ZEIS is one example of this strategy, but I think is important. The good news about this, in São Paulo, for example, the ZEIS create a new dynamic of the market to provide for the middle class, baixa classe média, né, the low middle class, a big boon of offer in São Paulo. 60% of the offer in São Paulo is in this kind, the zoning, and is going through Minha Casa Minha Vida for the people. I think is a big match between social reservation of the land and the market of economic provide housing. So I think the big issues in terms of in our role in Brazil is linked the local, national, and state initiative. I think is a good example when through the bank or national agency, you can work with the 3 levels of government. I think it's the all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think particularly that last emphasis on multi-level governance in systems is something that comes across a lot in our work, the need for different levels of government with their respective roles to interact. Too many countries we see national and local governments going in different directions. And also the earlier emphasis that you put very much on inclusion in the system, that informal or formal, private or public, this is one system. Everybody, a house, even if it's informal and inadequate, is still a house that accrues rights and is included within the system and built into our communities. I think these are definite big lessons we take away. In terms of these comments, and before we sort of open up a bit more fluidly, but to turn now to Alexandre Frediani, principal researcher on the Human Settlements Group at the International Institute for Environment and Development and co-convener of the Housing Justice Hub. Alexandre, how do you see that housing justice frameworks and community-led initiatives can contribute to producing the more inclusive and equitable urban environments we want? And how can we push forward to get these more front and center within governance frameworks and the big forums that we have in front of us and that provide the platform, but often don't always give us the voice we're looking for? Over to you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. Apart from being a researcher at IID, I'm also a board member of Habitat International Coalition, and it's great to have here in the room Diana Washira, that is representing Habitat International Coalition in this event. So, as HIC and many other civil society groups, we have been mobilizing to try to influence global processes, SDGs, the Pact for the Future, and this working group can be a game changer in that process. We are really excited about the possibilities that this working group can bring to really step up. It's a kind of step changer in terms of the advocacy work that we can achieve at those global multilateral spaces. I also welcome the reflection that Inés started to have, which is not only about the need for a housing agenda, but what type of housing policies really can empower people to maximize their capacities, resources, and opportunities, which is at the core of the agenda of the World Social Summit. And to start addressing this question, I'd like to bring to you 4 key pillars that have emerged out of many conversations of civil society groups on what a justice lens can bring to housing policy conversations. First, housing policy needs to be anti-discriminatory. And I think we need to speak much more explicitly about anti-discrimination within housing policy frameworks. Secondly, they need to promote radically democratic forms of housing production and policy making. Thirdly, they need to approach housing as an infrastructure for more caring, fairer, and sustainable cities, something that I know it's also at the core of UCLG kind of ambition of the social covenant and the idea of housing as an infrastructure for more caring and fair economy. Fourthly, that they need to broaden our imaginations of housing futures. Really, I think we have heard many mentions here about looking at the range of different options in ways that we meet the needs of current but also future generations. And at the heart of those 4 propositions, there are 2 concrete agendas that from IIED, as well as many alliances with different civil society networks, we think it's really important to bring up and to be able to advance within this vision of a housing policy that unlocks social development. First is that we need to talk about forced evictions. Unfortunately, at the current moment, we are seeing a global increase of evictions worldwide. It's not only a global South issue. We've seen many processes of evictions happening in many different places. So we need this to be championed by housing policy efforts that have responsibility and mandate not only to build houses, but to protect those against the violations to the right to adequate housing. Forced evictions continue to be a gross violation of human rights. Housing and urban ministries should tackle the growth of forced eviction because forced evictions and demolitions are also counterproductive mechanisms to bring about sustainable development, it dismisses existing housing stock, assets, and concrete investments that actually the poor section of the society are doing. And secondly, the second agenda for us that we'd like to bring, I think, Robert, you already started mentioning, which is focused on collective, non-speculative forms of housing and land tenure systems. It's a bit of a mouthful, and I think we need to work on that to create actually a concrete definition of what that means. But we know, as has been mentioned already, that market models are only exacerbating the problem. Collective, non-speculative forms of housing also refer to social production of habitat, cooperative housing, community land trusts, and so forth, many other versions of it, including community-led housing. They actually managed to address what I think Ana Claudia, the UN Habitat ED, is bringing to the forefront, the need to ensure the social function of land and property through non-speculative mechanisms. These forms of housing have successfully helped to guarantee long-term affordability, which is something that we need to continue emphasizing, not only short-term affordability, but long-term affordability of housing, provided people with economic opportunities, advancing social development, protecting environment through sustainable forms of housing provision. We will only be able to guarantee that housing systems actually respond to the needs of people and the planet if there is a really substantial provision of those forms of non-speculative housing. Housing system will continue to be dictated by exclusionary and extractive dynamics if we continue just pumping resources unevenly into market-based solutions. Finally, I just wanted to bring the remark that those agendas have been unevenly embraced by different national governments, and that civil societies and local governments are key to actually bring those agendas into housing policy debates. They are the forefront of many very innovative and transformational initiatives at the local level. So I would like to finish by saying that if we want to promote housing policies that empower people to maximize their capacities, resources, and opportunities, we need civil society groups as well as local governments to be meaningfully recognized in the deliberations and decision-making processes of this roadmap to the World Social Summit. Thank you very much. Sorry, just a final remark. My team has developed 3 different concept kind of briefs around the relationship with the World Social Summit agendas, that housing, which if that's of use, and 2 other briefs, one on evictions and on community-led housing, that if it's of interest, I would love to share them with you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that emphasis on we need diversity in our housing systems and also diversity in the coalitions that work on housing systems and seek to promote them, and that being key to the long-term resilience and outcomes is extremely important. Before I come back to the panelists and give them a bit of an opportunity to engage with each other's comments, for those of you who are here, I'd like to give you the opportunity to ask any questions, make any observations, share your own experiences. While the room isn't conducive to a close and vibrant discussion necessarily with this group, still, please do take the floor, and we would love to hear from you. Please, from China.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jie Chen, and I'm from China, and I'm professor at the Shanghai Jiao Tong University. I'm pleased to be invited to the China delegation group, but I would like to give some comments. According to my research, I'm a professor working on housing research and sitting on the board of Housing Studies and International Journal of Housing Policy. And in the research of housing, there are three main perspectives about why housing matters. One is housing is rights, as we discussed today, housing as a basic human rights. Another is housing is important to the social justice and equal distribution of housing welfare matters very much. And a third perspective is housing. We can treat housing as a social investment. So investment on affordable housing is not just, not only good things, but it is investment on our future, the city's future, and children's future. Of course, there are three perspectives. They are not isolated. They are connected and help each other. And according I and my research team's research on China experience on affordable housing, we observe that housing, the investment on the affordable housing can be very important engine to the China economic and social development. And people's since we treat the housing as a social investment, it has three implications. First, the social investment involves not only government, but also all the stakeholders in the society. And the Chinese government encourage employers and different stakeholders to provide land, provide cheap land, provide cheap financing for development on affordable housing. And so the responsibility is not limited to the government, but to all the society. Second is implication. Since if we treat investment on affordable housing as a social investment, so we need a very careful planning, and we need to measure. We need to estimate the returns of the investment. So we need to measure the opportunity cost, and we need also efficiency. Efficient consists in the planning and providing affordable housing. And the third implication is that affordable since social housing, if we regard the investment on the affordable housing as a social environment, we need to think not just one short strategy, but as a long-term strategy. And the housing problems, we could not expect it. We can use some magic to slow it in one short solution. The housing problem will be long-term challenge to all the society, all the cities. So we need to think very carefully about the sustainability, and we need to work together to think about what next, what future, and the financial sustainability of investment on the affordable housing. And then it's important for groups in the society and all the countries to study, to exchange knowledge and insights and lessons on providing affordable housing. That's my observation for your reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Quite had large amount of information there, but that interaction of elements and the way in which housing serves multiple purposes within a system is obviously extremely important. Others in the room, please, Madam.
Okay, perfect. My name is Diana Washira from Habitat International Coalition. And just a reflection from the panel that indeed housing is central to justice and equality. And in terms of looking at how critical it is to addressing all these kinds of inequalities that are there. I think that is a key theme that we are all agreeing upon. My comment and addition to what the panel has so ably put forward is I think as part of the roadmap, it's important to draw on community-led initiatives that are especially, that are very, very they appreciate the multiple scales of the different realities of communities across the globe. So I think drawing on community-led initiatives is critical to refining this agenda as part of the World Social Summit. And I think as well, in terms of framing of key issues, as Alex put it, I think it's very important that housing rights violations, land right violations, evictions, finalization models that sometimes are more exclusionary should be part of the framing of issues around the agenda. And in that way, we are able to really deliberate on alternatives and solutions that bring us closer to achieving our 2030 goals, but also really in reality reduce these many inequalities that we see in the different countries and cities that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think, particularly that emphasis on how to sort of encourage ownership and bring everybody along in the enterprise is a critical issue. And as with many things, it starts with the recognition of the voice and the rights, and then how do we bring that into the implementation of what we're trying to do. Going forward, what I would like to do is, with the few minutes that we have remaining, is give the panelists a bit of an opportunity to react to the comments that have been made and to each other's comments. If I may, I would like to do that by going to slightly shifting the order, going to Ambassador Blanco, then Ines, then Alex, and then allowing the Executive Director to kind of round out and look a little bit at how Habitat will take some of these messages forward and see where we go. So, Ambassador Blanco, any thoughts and reactions?
Yes, just to reiterate that, as I said at the beginning, a common and compelling message is critical from all member states and all stakeholders on this issue. That will be an important guide to catalyze this process, of course, and will be a strong signal of support to this working group. Now that we just started its discussions today, so I think that's my key message. Not only member state, but everyone on board. We have to have a common message, and I think UN Habitat is doing the right thing, trying to accommodate that, and I'm sure they will keep doing that in the future. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Ines, any observations?
I think the housing at the center of the urban agenda is a catalyst for sustainable development and social inclusion. I think we have looked for the different scale to the person or family, to the developments and the city. In each aspect, you can act to give a sustainable approach for the housing issues.
Thank you for that. Alex?
Yeah, just some mention to the colleague from China. We have been able to quantify a bit the human development returns of improving housing in informal settlements. I can share you the link of that report, which was commissioned by Habitat for Humanity here, is present also here. From our side, I think let's work towards, a framework of collaboration for this roadmap. I think it's really important that this roadmap is inclusive, it builds synergies, and actually reinforces and empowers all those different stakeholders that are trying to bring housing, the right to adequate housing, to the core of the World Social Summit. So this working group can play a fundamental leadership in doing that. Please grasp it, but also let's also make that space inclusive to all those voices and networks that are trying to engage in this process as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'd note there's also a reference to that question of socioeconomic return in the background papers to the working group. And one of the things that struck us is how quick that return can actually be. It's not something where you're talking decades and decades. The investment really pays back very quickly. So I won't take up any more, Madam Executive Director, to round off, and then we will close and give you a little bit of time before the formal session renews.
Thank you very much, Robert and panelists. So one question that struck me, and I think it should be central to the discussion of the group, is what kind of housing policies? For me, this is critical, right? At this point in time, where we already know the implications of the production of housing in terms of social cohesion, positive and negative, in terms of urban integration, in terms of environment. And I really like the idea of course, we have to build a narrative, and we're just coming from the World Urban Forum, but also the G20, but also the COP. And I think we are, and this working group is at the end of the year. We are all very tired already. I am very tired, but I think it's an important, stone for us to really, regroup and putting housing at the center again. Because we discussed many aspects related to the urban agenda, to climate and so on. But, bringing the housing at the center, as Ines suggested and many recommended. And what the professor said about return of investment, you just said about the paper, really think, strategically, because, the times of cost recovery, they are gone. When I started working, liaising with MDBs, international financial institutions, this was a mantra, but they are gone. But there are strong, returns, social and economic returns of investments. We're still not there completely. So if you look at the economic perspective, for example, all the returns for the country's GDPs. So China, you can tell us a lesson about that, right? The United States as well. In terms of at the city level, so how investing in housing policies that are sustainable, inclusive, etc., can and the combination of housing policies and urban plans can accelerate, can improve cities' productivity. Right? So cities can be more competitive, let's say so, right? Companies, firms, individuals working in cities, they can be productive, more productive at several levels, at the individual levels, but also at the firm level. It's important. And then at the level of the household. What are the implications at the household level in terms of economic inclusion? Ines was mentioning financial inclusion when she described the mechanism that Caixa has to include people living from informal incomes and including them in the financial system. And what I mentioned before, access to wealth and economic stability, right? And access to jobs and so on and so forth. And then looking at the social indicators and understand better how these connections are. So Alex just mentioned these papers, this work with Habitat for Humanity. I was also part of that, and the effects in terms of human development. There are many reflections around the interconnection, even produced by UN Habitat in Mexico, for example, of the SDGs and the housing. I believe even Ines was part of this work produced by UN Habitat. So how really housing can help us in implementing and achieving the SDGs, but also gender. Ines didn't mention, but I just would like to highlight that I think more than 90% of the mortgages, of the loans to the lower income segments, to the social housing segment, the titles are given to women. And in case of divorce, the houses remain with the women. And this is really empowering for women and girls. So really understanding how access to security of tenure, when you talk about slum upgrading or new houses, how this can be important to overcome the gender inequalities that we face right now. And also, when the colleague from HIC was just mentioning, and we also mentioned in other parts of this event today, the community-led initiatives and how they are important to strengthen social capital, which is a key pillar for social cohesion and also human development and integration. To close, I would like to highlight that in Latin America, there are many studies in Latin America that build this relationship among access to cities, urbanization, and social and human development. And humbly accepting that even if the house in the city is not in the best condition, even if we are talking about informal settlements, in the case of Latin America, many studies prove that having access to everything that cities have to offer have improved the social and human development indicators. Let's say access to education, let's say indicators related to health, indicators related to citizenship participation, and gender equality. So there's a lot that we have to build, and I hope somebody's taking notes. And you and Habitat will be supporting this discussion, and also making sure that we navigate through this roadmap together with the member states, but we are able to enrich this navigation process, let's say so, with inputs that come from different places. At the World Urban Forum, we received many inputs, and of course we welcome the papers that were mentioned so that we can enrich the background papers that were shared with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam ED. I would just modestly add to that as well. This is the first session of this housing working group. It's in the hands of the member states, but also all of the partners, how this evolves, how it develops. What we could do in the intersessional periods can then feed into the next session and give us a much richer content there. We can also bring in a much wider range of partners in the intersessional period and look at particular questions and themes, like this question of socioeconomic return, like the challenges of evictions and empowerment. So really, we want to try and make this process as open and engaging for all as we can, and we look forward to going forward on that journey with you, and then hopefully aligning with all of you of how we do push forward in these other forums to make sure that housing is recognized as that really foundational element that we all know it is, but all too frequently in the political environment it isn't recognized as such and needs to be pushed forward further. So thank you for that, and thank you for the contributions today. Thank you to all of you panelists. I appreciate your making the time, particularly in challenging circumstances, competing with lunch. And we look forward to continuing to engage with you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I suggest we start our afternoon session. As agreed this morning, we'll continue with discussion of item number 3 of the agenda, which is on the state of efforts to progressively realize adequate housing for all. During the morning session, we heard from the Executive Director, who set out an overview of a report on these efforts. We also heard a detailed presentation on regional trends and priorities. We then had very rich comments and observations made, highlighting certain points related to financing, the responsibility of governments, members of this space. I heard about the housing crisis and informal settlements, about the multifaceted approach that we need to have for social housing as well. We'll now continue with these very enriching discussions, and I will give the floor to our Executive Director once again.
Gracias, senhora presidenta. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would like to proceed with our presentations from our regional practice, but also the context, trends, challenges, and opportunities. We have sorry. Perdón.
Una disculpa.
Sorry, I forgot one thing. Malaysia had asked for the floor, and we had agreed that when we started this afternoon session, we would give them the floor first. So my apologies once again. Malaysia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Malaysian delegation the floor. The delegation of Malaysia is very pleased to share with other delegates our country's experiences on affordable housing program, which could be beneficial to other member states. In the effort to sustain Malaysia's economic prosperity, ensuring access to quality and affordable housing has been prioritized as a key agenda by the government of Malaysia. Accordingly, a target of constructing 500,000 or 500,000 affordable housing units has been set under the 12 Malaysia Plan, which is a 5-year plan starting from 2021 until 2025. As of now, the government of Malaysia has achieved 89% of its interim target, completing half of the planned units, and remains steadfast in its effort to fulfill the goal. Malaysia has demonstrated its capability in delivering affordable housing through initiatives such as the People's Housing Project. To date, this program has successfully completed more than 104,000 affordable housing units for low-income households. This ongoing initiative has been further bolstered by the announcement of the 2025 budget by our Prime Minister recently, which allocates funding for 21 new projects under the scheme. These projects will deliver 7,117 housing units, projected to benefit approximately 28,000 low-income households in the near future. The Malaysian government has also introduced an innovative public housing model called the People's Residential Program. This program aims to create integrated, sustainable, and livable communities by incorporating green spaces, community centers, and commercial opportunities. It represents a proactive step toward transforming Malaysia's public housing system, ensuring it remains adaptive to the evolving needs of its people. This initiative underscores the Malaysian government's commitment to providing high-quality, affordable housing solutions that enhance the well-being and prosperity of the people in Malaysia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias, Maestro.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Brazil.
Assert? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to all delegates. Brazil is deeply committed with adequate housing for all. The Brazilian government understands housing as an essential right to human dignity. In this sense, one of the main public policies of the federal government is the Minha Casa Minha Vida, which could be translated by My House, My Life program. Brazil have had a rapid urbanization that led to significant housing needs and the increase of regional inequalities, such as 87% of the population lives in urban areas and 85% of Brazilians self-built their homes without technical assistance. Inadequate housing comes to 26 million urban households, and housing deficit is to 6.2 million households. We have an additional challenge of 214,000 homelessness and a future demand for houses of 1 million by each year until 2040. For the past 2 decades, with the creation of the Ministry of Cities and its recreation, after a gap of 4 years, Brazil has carried out large investments in integrated actions for slum upgrading and housing provision, both subsidized and financed. It's important to emphasize that these are the 2 pillars of the national housing policy of Brazil to overcome housing inequalities. With the recrudescence of poverty, especially during the pandemic, and because of fiscal matters, a new cycle of investment was urgent and is materialized in the new Growing Acceleration Program, the new PAC, as well as the new My House, My Life program. Federal government inversions in social housing policies led to the provision of over 8 million affordable housings, of which 2 million subsidized housing units since 2009. In general terms, our social policies are achieving excellent results. In 2003, almost 12 million people have left poverty levels as a result of social cash transfer programs, but are still to be done. The diversity of mechanisms for housing and the focus of accessing the most vulnerable groups as well as the low middle class were fundamental to achieve these results, such as working with different levels of governments, the construction market, and social provision by non-profit organizations. In terms of slum upgrading, it's important to emphasize the robust legislation that allowed working in informal settlements, including land tenure, an important instrument for accessing the land, and appropriate treatment for risk areas. We have had significant progress over the last years in ensuring services for the most vulnerable and invisible groups, giving priority to housing title being issued in the woman's name, and generally the mother, and to elderly and people with disabilities, besides providing services to the rural population and traditional communities such as indigenous peoples and fishermen. More recently, also prioritizing homeless populations. Significant efforts to improve the quality and sustainability of housing have been made, but major challenges remain in terms of urban planning, especially when considering adaptation to climate change. In a federative nation with almost 6,000 municipalities, there are still major regional inequalities in terms of the institutional capacity. While the federal government has invested in capacity building focused on infrastructure and social policy matters with the improvement of a qualified bureaucracy, this is not the reality in most municipalities, especially the smallest ones. This brings the challenge of how to localize and integrate public policies. We welcome the initiative of this working group, whose main challenge remains in finding ways on how to provide, by urban planning, well-located infrastructured lands for housing, how to increase the quality and sustainability of materials and projects for these houses, and last but not least, how to assure the right of city and the access to public services to all the citizens, especially the ones living in slums and peripheral areas of our cities. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Brazil. Mexico. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. It's a privilege to take part in the first session of this working group, which strives to push forward adequate housing for all as a central tool to combat poverty, inequalities, and create more inclusive and sustainable cities. It's essential that we establish the right to adequate housing as a priority in local, national, and global agendas in order to ensure equity and to empower all, and to ensure it's a pillar of social protection. All those here present agree on the relevance of housing to reduce systemic inequalities. social inequalities and territorial inequalities. It's essential to also meet other rights, such as employment, education, health, amongst others. The efforts of our countries to drive forwards meeting the right to adequate housing for all, faced with historic inequalities, is a great challenge. We need to fill existing social gaps. In addition, in the current context, there are also other elements which can be added, like crises and wars and conflicts throughout the world. Political and economic conflicts can be included in this, as well as climate change, demographic changes and immigration, the limited capacity of states, just to mention a few issues. Within this complex context, to generate positive and cross-cutting impacts, we have to learn from historic errors and set out radical change, learning from best experiences. In this regard, it's essential that we have a change of political vision based on direct participation of states in implementation of policies of greatest relevance, such as that's the right to housing. We recognize that private markets cannot and should not take on this alone. Above all, this affects the poorest and most vulnerable. Therefore, measures need to get to the root of the issue. This isn't just an issue of market supply and demand. When you consider the cost of services, this is generating economic costs for peoples and also increases inequality. That's why in each government, it's pressing that we take action. In Mexico, we understand that the state needs to directly take part in this, implementing programs and projects which respond to local realities and which are directed at affected communities, in particular the most vulnerable, based on a change of political and governance vision. From 2019, we have relied on the principle of well-being for all, in particular the poorest. We have set out strategies and actions in order to fight against historic social issues. These are often innovative in their impact in affecting populations. In order to implement significant change, we have to ensure the direct participation of society. To achieve this, we are working with and for the people, because only by doing so can we ensure that policies really respond to the needs of peoples and communities. With this change of vision, we can achieve that 5 million Mexicans have come out of poverty. In particular, in terms of housing, 2 million people have stopped living in areas with lack of space and a lack of access to basic services. In addition, recently we made an important step forward. In December, we published a decree to reform certain articles of the Constitution of Mexican states. Through this, we set out the right of persons to have adequate housing and the establishment of instruments and support necessary in order to achieve this right. With this change in the framework, we hope to drive forward measures by the current government, headed by the President of Mexico, the Sheinbaum, in order to achieve shared prosperity. In this regard, the President and others have promoted, as part of priority projects, a program of housing for well-being, in line with the principles and values of creating this transformational change. In 2025, 2030, we will build directly 1 million houses for the most vulnerable in the country, which includes women, the youth, the elderly, and families at risk. To achieve this, we will create a government constructor, saving costs and time. In addition, we will provide credits in order to also improve people's access to housing in specific areas. This all represents an investment of a bit more than $30 billion. This action is in addition to 2.5 million credits, which will be directly given to people affected. Of the 1 million houses that we will build, many of them will go to people with access to social security and others with no access to this. That's it. We'll also work with people in informal sectors of society. For these families, we'll provide financing with very low interest rates, ensuring that their monthly payback will not reach more than 30% of their income. Some of this will also be for low-income young people and others. The houses will meet the criteria of adequate housing with adequate locations as well. In addition, based on certain policies implemented in the past, Mexico has a lot of unoccupied houses due to the previous market forces. So we'll also strive to make these into adequate housing. Another priority project of the government of Mexico will be to provide legal services to citizens and develop policies on land in order to improve land for housing. We also provide more than 2 million families with social security who currently don't have formal documentation. In addition, we will strive to strengthen the capacities of local authorities in order to promote land planning, in particular with relation to financing and the implementation of national policies. For all of this, as a cross-cutting element, we'll have the approach of risk management and climate change. It's all parts of wider-ranging projects, including consolidation of great infrastructure projects, a strategy to construct more industrial parks for equitable regional development as well. Dialogue between countries and regions is an essential component which will enable us not just to share common issues, but also think about strategies at various scales and levels which require our attention in order to improve the well-being of people. Only through cooperation can we create a future in which all peoples will have access to adequate housing, whatever their origin, gender, or economic position. Thank you very much for your time.
Gracias, México.
Thank you, Mexico. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Madam President, Madam Executive Director, thank you for this opportunity to speak briefly on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates present. We are grateful for this meeting. The Federal Republic of Nigeria aligns with the African group in her appreciation and emphasis on efforts to ensure that solutions for adequate and affordable housing for all are equitably targeted at the welfare for the most vulnerable. We are interested in working beyond the limitations of the bottlenecks bureaucracy offers. We appreciate and support the efforts and work of UN Habitat in the African region. We, however, reiterate the need for stronger engagement for the purpose of prioritization of developmental needs as is peculiar to respective states. Nigeria is aware of the work UN Habitat is doing to harmonize and deal with the diversity of needs and expectations of member states in tandem with available resources. Our concerns are not only on the urban perspective, but equally on the rural settlements. We are willing to work with UN Habitat to find ways on providing accessible and affordable housing in ways that will not worsen existing poverty. Nigeria has a growing population of over 200 million people and at least 70 million living in slums. Yet, we are not among the first 10 countries with people living in slums. And I must say this is frightening in the global context. If we do not work aggressively, speedily, tactfully, and objectively, we may get ourselves in a position that might be almost impossible to manage. Nigeria's National Development Plan, under the newly elected government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, aims at providing about 550,000 adequate housing units annually over the next 10 years to address the housing challenge in the nearest possible time, while dealing with the elements that breeds poverty. We, however, wish to state that the relevance of the implementation of projects and resolutions in an inclusive manner informs the need to be proactive in dealing with unforeseen challenges that may undermine the efforts from the UN Habitat. Going forward, we encourage the UN Habitat to navigate its focus more on accessibility to basic services and infrastructure that are affordable to the common man, which gives true value to the initiative of adequate housing for all, be it urban or rural settlers. Madam President, Madam Edie, in simple terms, the Federal Republic of Nigeria is willing to back her words with action as we invite you to continue interfacing with us in tackling our needs for adequate housing, available water, transportation, poverty eradication, capacity building, and youth and women empowerment in a sustainable manner. We believe that proper engagements at all levels in strategizing implementations of projects and programs would also enable proactive steps to mitigate against possible rural-urban migration crisis. Nigeria is committed to support the UN Habitat within our capacity to ensure the practicability of achieving these plans as we progress into the future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Nigeria. Algeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Algeria aligns itself with the statement delivered this morning by Algeria on behalf of the Africa Group. First, we commend Madam Executive Director and the Secretariat for the preparation of this inaugural session of the open-ended intergovernmental expert of working group on adequate housing for all. Algeria is committed to support its work. Algeria has embarked on housing development through the years, increasing urbanization rates from 31% in 1966 to 72% in 2021. And at this rate, it should rise to 80% in 2030. For that, in 2024, Algeria has launched a project to build 460,000 housing units under various formulas, in addition to more than 150,000 rural housing subsidies. This initiative is an integral part of the finance law for 2024 aimed at improving housing conditions and urban expansion. Quality local materials will be used for constructions. The plan has several components, a significant part of which is devoted to rural housing with 230,000 units. The aim is to balance development between urban and rural areas. It includes the inclusion of 130,000 public social rental dwellings, 20,000 public promotional dwellings, and 80,000 social plots to meet the growing demand for housing. As part of this approach, the sector is making the habitat sector in Algeria is making sure that aesthetic and architectural aspects are respected and is aiming to build urban centers and housing that guarantee all the conditions for a decent life and are equipped with the necessary public facilities, in particular schools, local health establishments, and commercial premises. The housing sector was also marked by the announcement of the planned digitalization of the social housing formula to solve the problem of allocating these properties to people who meet the required condition. Algeria is committed to achieve SDG 11 goals through ensuring access for all to adequate and safe housing and basic services at an affordable cost and clean up neighborhoods and slums, developing a national urban policy that promotes a high-quality living environment and a rebalancing of the urban fabric and strengthening sustainable urban development, reducing disaster risks by promulgating the rules for the prevention, intervention, and reduction of disaster risks in the context of sustainable development, diversification of the range of financial products on offer, and the introduction of instruments and mechanisms to encourage and secure savings so that they can be channeled into financial long-term investments through the creation of favorable conditions for the development of national and foreign investment. Madam Chair, we seek from the group to focus its work on the affordability and accessibility to adequate housing by supporting different social projects at the country level. This should be accompanied by the insurance of basic services in rural and intermediary cities to help reduce pressure on cities and preserve the environmental components in the urban and rural areas. Housing market and prices should be coordinated at the international, regional, and country level by ensuring sustainable and affordable construction materials that could help low-income houses to access decent housing, the reduction of emission emissions emanating from housing and preserving environment, green and public spaces. The work of the group should also tackle the issue of migration by providing basic services in areas affected by disasters, urban crises and conflicts, so to avoid pressure on cities and urban areas and tackle insecurity, inequalities and poverty in those areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Apologies, one moment, please. I give the floor to the Executive Director.
Continuing the presentations this morning, where we presented a report with some global trends and opportunities identified by UN Habitat team, and also the presentation of our experiences, practices in the Latin American Caribbean region associated to the local context. I would like now to call our regional director for the African region to share with you the work of UN Habitat and some trends and opportunities from the context. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to everyone. I think the delegate of Nigeria and Algeria has already set the scene on the context of housing in Africa. We cannot overemphasize these 2 days meetings on affordable housing for the context of Africa, take into consideration various factors. The housing gap is widening in Africa because we are the search of solution on financing and technology, but at the same time, they're seeing something which are not waiting for us. The rapid trend of urbanization, population growth, but also looking in the need of reducing inequalities. And delegate of Algeria has spoken about informality, which is quite a reality and is a symbol of the crisis of housing in Africa. Another observation is a failure of our approach of housing in Africa, especially public policies, because for a long time, housing intervention has been perceived as a domain of the public sectors. And we have done some assessment on the role of public sectors in terms of building housing, but not much has been done by the public sectors, which means that today in Africa, we need a new paradigm. We need to engage with private sectors and as actors to see how best way we can create this coalition, but also source mechanism that can go beyond the capacity and the facilitation of the public sectors. So UN Habitat has been thinking in Africa about the paradigm. Of course, the purpose of this intervention from the Regional for Africa is more about, as asked by Executive Director, to show the trends of this housing crisis in Africa. But it's not about crisis only. I think we need to look at in a way of opportunity as well, because as you mentioned, we are talking about 50 million deficit housing. What does it mean in terms of job creation, industrialization, and others? But second point of my intervention is more about sharing with you some practical intervention, just a sample intervention of UN Habitat in Africa, looking into policies and operationalities. And from there, we can have some element of perspective and reflection. They can serve the purpose of this meeting for us today to really pave the way for Africa in terms of looking into durable solution to the crisis of housing. First factors, data, I don't need to expand a lot on this because we talk about it. The rapid trend of urbanization we are seeing in Africa. Today we are talking about 500 million people living in cities in Africa, and the perspective is 1.2 billion. What does it mean for housing delivery in Africa in terms of need, or in terms of generating the capacity and the mechanism for respond to this need? Of course, the issue of informal settlement, I think the colleague of Kenya has spoken this morning on the intervention, the challenge that we are facing on informality, with the deprivation we are seeing in terms of access to basic service. You talk about Algeria in terms of access to house, but also in terms of access to decent life. So this is the deficit, the housing gap we are talking about Africa, 50 million, but this figure as well is hiding some weaknesses. on our data collection system in Africa. This is approximative. I don't think it reflects the real reality, which is another area we need to strive if we want to really address the housing gap globally or in Africa. So, of course, Nigeria is leading the run with 20 million deficit. In Kenya, we are talking about 2 million deficit, but also the risk of going into informal settlement, it's quite very serious for the continent. What are the challenges for the housing sector in Africa? I think you talk about financing affordability is quite a major issue because only 85% of African dwellers, cannot secure formal finance. 85 cannot secure, formal finance to develop their home because the housing sectors, finance housing sector is not well developed, and we have a lot of bottleneck to be able to overcome that, especially for low income. Second challenge we talk about today, the land issues. I think we have many replication on the lack of sound land governance or administration in our cities, in our rural areas. They can impact on the delivery of housing. First of all, there's implication on the pricing of housing. Secondly, as well, when there's no tenant security, investment is not promoted. And we have a lot of conflict in many areas, especially in what we call the peri-urban area. And the issue of opportunities, of course, when we have a strong housing sectors, we can create a lot of jobs. Center for Housing, Africa Center for Housing has done a lot of studies on the connection between socio-economic development of housing sectors, job creation, manufacturing, industrialization, because many of the product of housing in Africa come from on board. We are importing, which is not promoting economic transformation. The question we should be asking ourselves, how best this housing sector can contribute to job creation and to economic transformation and environmental transformation. Luckily, there's some momentum, as I mentioned. I think we have seen it over last week and this week, how much dear we are on finding solution on the housing deficit, because there's a lot of pressure on government to deliver this housing affordability. We have some target, 200,000 here in Kenya, 500,000 in Nigeria. But how to reach those goals, that's the whole question we are talking about. And that's why the conversation is very important. And this has been discussed as well during the Africa Urban Forum in September in Addis Ababa, where there's strong resolution and bold resolution from Minister of Housing and Urban Development to take seriously this issue of housing in terms of policy, in terms of collaboration and partnership, in terms of operation. First element is more about community to organize knowledge sharing, best practices sharing. I think that's the reason why we are here with open groups, we are ending group, and also looking to the aspect of transformation, because Africa has a Vision 2063 transformation, which is more about alleviating poverty in Africa. What could be the role of housing in contributing to poverty alleviation? Financial institution to support policies, because sometimes I think we neglect the policy, and there's a need today in Africa to revisit many of those housing policies which are out of date because they are not reflecting the reality. And lastly, the financing with DFI and IFI. So the next slide will show you, for example, actors involved on financing. So of course, there's a lot that need to be done. There are more need than intervention on financing. Who's leading the financing is Shelter Africa, has been transformed recently into Development Bank. And Shelter Africa is supporting many countries on housing program strategy, but also leveraging more funding from the capital market to support housing development in Africa. African Development Bank, I think the approach is very important because they link infrastructure development, housing delivery, and others factor we need. And I heard about this urban-rural connection, which is needed when addressing the housing deficit. The new actors in the market is BADEA, Arab Bank for Development for Africa, which is based in Jeddah now, who want to engage with member states on development of housing sectors. And lastly, the Center for Africa Affordable Housing, which is working on data provision and especially on data gap on financing. So how UN Habitat engage on that? Of course, I don't need to repeat the role of UN Habitat in terms of supporting multi-level governance on addressing the issue of housing deficit, local, central, and other stakeholders. But our approach, as well as mentioned, is looking twofold. One is about policies, and secondly, operational matters. On the policy side, I think we have what we call the housing profile, which is a comprehensive tools based on evidence and engage stakeholders, because during this site event or during lunchtime, we talk about engagement of stakeholders, which is very important. And this housing profile will lead to strategy and policy development for each country. And this has been experienced in many countries in Africa. For the purpose of this exercise, I will just zoom in one country where we lastly developed the housing profile to allow the government to have housing strategy clearly in line with new priority, but also emerging trend in the country, which is Ghana, as you may see it. And this is the result of this housing profile. Just to let you know how this housing profile is powerful and important in developing a multi-stakeholders partnership approach on the process. Secondly, give you a sense of understanding the bottleneck, the strategy of your housing sectors. From there, you can develop, sound intervention. For example, on the example of Ghana, starting from, 2010, we have seen an increase of the housing, stock, which start from 3.3 million, and now we are 5.8 million. Nevertheless, there's huge gaps that need to be filled. We have a gap of 1.8 million, with majority being in urban area. I think we discussed the connection between urban and rural area, which represent 56.7% of the total population. Another factors for Africa, the dominance of informal sectors. The housing market is dominated by 80% by informality, all transaction being informal. Formal market only target 10% of the high income earners, which is showing the division and the divided between different category income owners and low income owners when it comes to housing. Another observation from this housing profiling is that 64% of residents falling in the rental accommodation category are in the formal sectors. Even job creation, which is the number of 420,000 people, come from the informal sectors. So the reflection we should be having, I know we are talking a lot about formalization of the informal sectors. What does it mean for Africa? Is the informal sector come to the formal sector? Why we know that the informal sector is generating a lot of this production of housing stock in the continent. I think that's a complex equation we should be looking into. So what are the challenges we have seen for low income in Ghana? Of course, poor regulation of the market. That's the reason why this profiling has looked into revision of regulation, policies, and regulatory framework. Secondly, inadequate finance option for the low-income earners. And we see here, less than 1% of low-income earners can access to mortgage. And in some countries, even it's nil. So which means that access to finance for low-income, I think it's a very important point with high interest rate. That's another issue we are seeing as well. Detached land planning and housing development, because the integrated aspect we talk about this day is very important to connect the delivery of housing with the overall urban development that can bring infrastructures and others needed activities where we have rapid unplanned urbanization leading to proliferation of informal settlement. Some new development in Ghana and other countries in Africa is now the important role of the diaspora in the housing production, especially when it comes to real estate development. This is just a scenario, how we get from housing profiling to policy. I will not go into the all details, but it's very important to know that when it comes to this policy development, dialogue is important, knowledge sharing is important. That's why the data aspect is very fundamental, but also making sure all stakeholders are involved in the process. From there, you can have your agenda when it comes to driving the housing delivery. Here are some outcomes we can count from this implementation of the housing profiling. First of all, I think in Ghana now we have clear roadmap for the establishment of the National Housing Authority. Because we talk about regulation of housing market, it's important to have the regulation authorities. Secondly, affordable housing program, a lot has been developed by Ghana, and even looking into specific sectors like security agencies. Another outcome is government redevelopment program to rationalize land use planning and housing in rapidly urbanized cities. And this is an integrated approach we talk about. And create an enabling environment for international stakeholders and investors, which is very important. That's the reason why This issue of land I mentioned at the beginning is very important to see what are the incentives we need to bring investors in the housing sectors. And lastly, the slum upgrading program that UN Habitat is supporting in Ghana. This is another example of operational activities of UN Habitat, which is consists in collaborating with private sectors. This is the experience we have in Sao Tome and Principe, where you have a lot of discrimination with the slavery story, but also a lot of injustice. And these projects was meant to help people settle by leveraging what we call the corporate social responsibility of private sectors. And in this particular case, we have what we call HBD, which is here Dragon, which is a touristic industry in Sao Tome and Principe, because we have been talking about how to mobilize financing for housing, delivery, which means that working with private sector, look into their responsibility, look into the safeguard can help sometimes mobilize some capital to us. This is $2 million invested by private sectors for relocation of 133, for relocation of 500 families to new house by developing what we call PPP, public, private, and people partnership. The contribution of the government, of course, is more about putting in place water, road, electricity, also acquisition of tenure of security for communities. Most importantly, when we start this process, of course, there was only one private sector, and suddenly we got as well Shell, another energy company coming to provide water and sanitation for communities. So which means that this kind of mechanism can work where we see the need for communities, but also most important part is the land value capture. And that is one model that many countries are using to see how we can play with the value of land to be able to serve the purpose of communities while developing opportunity for investment is very important. And lastly, the integration, planning, economic, environmental protection, social amenities, because we have schools, we have hospital, we have trade and commerce all in the area, which was given kind of mixed use approach to this scheme of housing. And the second example I want to share with you, Mozambique. As you may know, Mozambique is exposed to cyclone every year, even more than one a year, which means that we cannot do business as usual. We need another way of building resilient building, and we call building back better. And UN Habitat has been engaged in Mozambique over the last 10 years to support the reconstruction process. By doing what? By piloting participatory model of resilient housing, influencing broadly through capacity building and dissemination. And now we are in the process of scaling up all the experience of Mozambique. On this particular presentation, I will share the example of Sofala, which is one of the regions mostly affected by this cyclone. And here, UN Habitat is collaborating with World Bank, which is putting the bulk of money, the government of Mozambique. And our role as technical agencies is technical advisor role to make sure we have quality insurance, we have the housing design, but also experience integrated approach by connecting this housing scheme with other related part of people's life, like livelihood, production, and mobilities. So you will see here, for example, a design of the construction when it comes to resilience. And this is derived from long-term reflection on how we should be building when it comes to the current context. Of course, Sofala is facing a very strong wind system, but also for this to be strong enough, we need a strong configuration, strong structural connection, and apply quality material. This is just one example I want to give you because I'm not an engineer, I cannot go into the details. This is the result of our work in Sofala. First of all, of course, for the first phase, we have built more than 230 households are benefiting from resident housing, security land and tenure, and access to property. In total, 3,500 people benefiting directly from resilience infrastructure. I will discuss it. 6,000 households benefit from self-employment as we talk about economic creation and opportunity, wide capacity building in communities, and more than 2,000 artisan and resilient housing infrastructure training given to them. And now we are in the phase of scaling up for the building of 15,000 units by the government with the help of UN Habitat and World Bank. Those are some elements we can do. So in terms of perspective, as mentioned it, there's a lot to be done in the continent. But of course, this coalition is very important. I think that's the reason why this open-ended working group is very important. For us, it's about continuing our support to member states. First of all, Ghana, we are in the process now of developing the old policy. In Kenya, we are working with European Union on developing a model of financing for affordable housing, looking into rental system, looking into low-income owners. Mozambique, as I mentioned, will continue our work on support, technical support to the state. But at the same time, at the regional level, there's some dynamic we have seen. We are supporting the Sahel region for provision of housing for IDPs, refugees. That's something we have done in Burkina Faso, what's the name again? In Somalia and other countries. But also in terms of partnership, we are promoting what we call the Housing Compact of Africa, which is quite a vehicle for bringing all actors around the table to be able to be more efficient on responding to the demand and to the request from member states. And lastly, our engagement with IFS, as has been mentioned by Madam Executive Director, is very important to get more investors and more IFS around the table to respond to the need of countries in terms of financing. Those are just some elements I want to share with you. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Secretariat with Raptuts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to Omar for this very good presentation on the state of efforts in Africa. So far we have had a global perspective. We have had a number of statements from member states about their national state of the art in terms of housing. We also have heard from our colleagues from the LAC region and from Africa. And I'm now going to ask our colleague Shipra Narang to make some connections between what we have heard so far under this agenda item 3. And then the chair will open the floor for your reactions and contributions. Shipra, you have the floor.
Thank you, Raf. Very good afternoon, and thank you, Omar, as well as Elkin, for those very interesting presentations. As you can see, the presentations by our regional representatives have highlighted a diversity of approaches to ensure adequate housing for all. The solutions are very customized, but we can see that highest impact is achieved when they integrate different sectors, different types of interventions, policy frameworks with actions on the ground. And this was also flagged in the morning by several countries. The insights shared, I think, underline the need to understand how different strategies fit within the broader housing systems, and crucially, which beneficiaries are they prioritizing. As we open the floor, we're seeking your reflections and your guidance on how best to shift from project-focused interventions to system-level analysis and projections, and eventually to systemic transformations, urban transformation, territorial transformation, because we heard both urban and rural, socioeconomic transformation, ecological transformation, how to scale promising initiatives so that they address systemic gaps and don't stay at the initiative or the project level. Also, we heard how to reframe the discussions from simply a question of supply to questions of need and demand and strategies and systems. What criteria should the working group use to evaluate and prioritize interventions to maximize their impact? Both Elkin and Omar mentioned connecting housing to land management, to land use planning, but we also heard about connections to just green transitions, for example, from Germany, budgetary and fiscal measures, for example, the Solidarity Fund in Morocco or Indonesia's blended finance approach. Mexico and Brazil also shared innovative financing models. We heard about the link to migration. China spoke about it. Burkina Faso spoke about it. Omar touched upon it as well. Barbados spoke about the importance of keeping the climate resilience lens for SIDS, but obviously not just for SIDS. We just heard about Mozambique as well. Brazil and others also mentioned the importance of multi-level governance, of capacity building of municipalities and local and regional governments, especially the smaller ones, the rural ones, the intermediary cities, the ones that just do not have the capacity to translate national policy into action on the ground. Algeria spoke to this as well. And Algeria and Nigeria both spoke about a wider territorial approach, urban and rural. So I think as we open the floor, I would encourage you to follow up on these themes, to dig a bit deeper, to maybe ask the hard questions on what works, what doesn't work, how do we scale it up, maybe make connections between your own statements, your own programs that you spoke about and those of other countries, or between your policies and the program of work of UN Habitat, which you've heard at least from 2 regions today. Also, perhaps make a connection between your own domestic and international agendas. They are 2 sides of the same coin in some way, and both need to speak to each other. We're seeing many convergences. Our teams are pulling out these convergences, but we would really like to hear from you. Again, guidance for the group, what lines of work should UN Habitat be exploring further? Algeria, again, I'll refer to you. You made some points very clearly on what we should be focusing on. What kind of information, qualitative and quantitative, might be helpful to establish the correlations between housing and the SDGs, housing and the climate agenda, housing and the disaster agenda, housing and the peace agenda, social cohesion agenda? What should be the focus of any intersessional discussions? And this is where your input will be extremely critical. What direction are we taking for the next meeting, and what should be the lines of work? And we need direction on a limited number of lines of work, because everything cannot be explored in equal depth. I think it would be great to hear what member states are seeing as the critical connections and the critical areas as we come to next year's session and as we come to reporting back to the Assembly in 2029. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing those comments and presentations. We've heard various presentations focusing on financial aspects, taxation, land, the social function of land and housing, a series of elements which have been presented here. I think we need to think about now what direction we should take in our next meeting as well. I will give the floor now to Franz. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I just want to very quickly share something on what we heard in the Human African Forum. We were there, we organised a workshop there. And what was noted at that session was the importance of working on the EU-Africa partnership on affordable housing, and not just for the work of Europe and the issues of housing. But in Europe, we do have a commission dedicated to housing, which has been set out with a commissary on that. And that session in the African Human Forum was a stepping stone on financing aspects. So you have the issue of technicity, which is important to note, and all the aspects of financing as well, which need to be gone into in more depth. So I just wanted to share that in addition to what was just presented. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Franz.
Thank you, Franz. I'd like to make a proposal. We could have a space so we could give the floor to observers, civil society and others, so they could make comments with regards to what's been shared. The Director of Housing and Cities of Paris, you have the floor.
Messieurs les membres du groupe de travail.
Members of the working group, representatives of member states, observers, I'm honored to represent the City of Paris at this first session of the Intergovernmental Working Group. The Mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, has supported the creation of this working group during meetings with the Executive Director in September in New York and later in Rio de Janeiro. On behalf of Paris, I'd like to welcome the remarkable work of UN Habitat in promoting sustainable housing and express our support, in particular with regards to affordable and adequate housing. Cities and local governments are closest to the populations and play a key role in global governance and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. This is particularly true on the topic of housing, which requires public policies which are adapted to local specificities, enabling us to respond to territorial inequalities and integrating vulnerabilities related to the environment specific to territories to increase their resilience. Territorialization of public housing policies and the recognition of the role of cities as strategic actors in social inclusion and the ecological transition are essential in this regard. In Paris, we have committed for a long time to ensure access to one and all for safe housing, favouring the ecological transition of our real estate. We believe housing to be essential for healthcare, education, insertion into society, and the well-being of all. Social housing is a priority, and in 2014, we dedicated a certain amount of our real estate to social housing. We want to increase this by 2035. By 2028, we want to create 20,500 social housing units, some dedicated to specific people, such as people in vulnerable situations, unemployed, and the youth. We want to better support people in situations of homelessness. As expressed this morning by the Executive Director, we can only resolve the issue of homelessness if we address the issue of social housing. Our 2035 housing strategy wants to make social housing, affordable housing, a priority and make it greener as well. The Paris Climate Plan also reiterates this commitment, also focusing on energy efficiency of buildings with an aim to, by 2050, rehabilitate all buildings in Paris. We need to reduce the amount of cement also used and use more bioresources. An increase in living costs as well is an issue. We need to preserve and regulate the private sector in terms of housing. Paris, just as others, are concerned with the proliferation of tourist sites and tourist housing, which sees the offer of housing in many cities reduced. We encourage states to limit the duration of rentals in cities and to ensure that real estate dedicated to tourism can be converted. We also want to regulate rents to ensure that this can be limited. We need to ensure continuity of our public services and cohesion of territory. On the financing of these local public policies, this is essential in Paris and all authorities. Without significant investment, we can't ensure to most of our populations the rights to housing and other rights. Identifying solutions such as those which bring us here together are essential in order to learn from best practices and implement innovative solutions in order to meet these common challenges. Thanks to this commitment to many cities and many cooperation pacts, Paris continues to work to respond to these shared challenges, in particular, access to adequate housing and fighting against homelessness. Thank you very much for your time.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Algeria.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for Omar for the comprehensive presentation. My contribution is more a question than substance contribution. In the report from this agenda item that we have mentioned this morning, it was mentioned that Africa receives among the lowest shares of the global housing assistance. We would like to understand exactly what are the challenges and the reality behind this fact. I mean, why Africa, which is one of the most affected by urban crisis, is receiving the lowest part of this support. Thank you so much.
Les propongo dar una...
Suggest that the podium could give a response. And I would also first like to give the floor to Habitat for Humanity.
Okay. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Director, distinguished member state representatives, esteemed colleagues and friends, my name is Stephen Seidel from Habitat for Humanity International. But I'm here today in part to amplify the comments made this morning by Elkin Velasquez pertaining to the urban housing practitioners hubs, for which Habitat for Humanity provides administrative management, as a valuable example of a multi-stakeholder platform that is committed to achieving the ambitious outcomes called for in Resolution 2.7, Adequate Housing for All, and Resolution 2.2, Accelerating Transformation of Slums and Informal Settlements. In addition to the experience in Latin America that Elkin described, the Urban Housing Practitioners Hub has recently taken root in the Middle East, North Africa region, and is in the formative stages in Asia Pacific and Sub-Saharan Africa. In addition, I appear here today on behalf of the Informality Task Force, another global multi-stakeholder platform for collaboration, comprised of over 30 organizations and growing, that are engaged in slum transformation, and which was formed several years ago under the auspices of Cities Alliance when the current UN Habitat Executive Director was there, and of which Habitat for Humanity, UN Habitat, and the government of South Africa are co-conveners. The task force's goal is to intensify and highlight the implementation of actual measures designed to achieve both Resolution 2.2 and 2.7 by harnessing the collective efforts of task force members and others towards durable and scalable solutions. The Informality Task Force believes that people-centered development approaches to improve access to adequate housing and to accelerate slum transformation are essential. We also believe that UN Habitat's proposed strategic plan correctly prioritizes housing that is adequate, habitable, affordable, culturally appropriate, and sustainable, with tenure security that ensures families will no longer fear being suddenly and unjustly evicted, and with the provision of basic services and infrastructure that enable families, and especially women and girls, to live in healthier, more dignified lives. The Informality Task Force and the Urban Housing Practitioners Hubs are aligning their respective efforts in pursuit of their shared and complementary objectives. We applaud the commitment of member states gathered here this week to making real and long overdue progress on these issues. We believe that the collective will for working collaboratively is greater than any time in recent memory. We call on member states to increase their financial, logistical, policy, and regulatory support for the actions that emerge from this week's dialogue, and we pledge the continuing commitment of the Informality Task Force and the Urban Housing Practitioners Hubs to work with you and with the communities we serve in a spirit of partnership to assure the achievement of the objectives called for in these two critical resolutions. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Amanda Etchikin, Habitat for Humanity.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, Habitat for Humanity International is the largest international NGO focused on housing, with a presence in nearly 70 countries. For almost 50 years, we have partnered with member states and UN Habitat in the shared goal of ensuring everyone has a decent place to call home. We commend UN Habitat's refreshed commitment to housing, land, and basic services as central pillars for equity, climate resilience, and effective humanitarian response. This focus advances the recognized benefits that housing provides in health, education, economic development, and poverty reduction. However, delivering adequate and affordable housing is, put simply, challenging, and requires collaboration among governments, civil society, the private sector, academia, and local communities. We urge future meetings of the open-ended working group on housing to more robustly include these diverse stakeholders. At this convening on housing, we encourage member states to seize the opportunity to elevate housing both domestically and globally as a catalyst for human development. As you develop the work plan of the open-ended working group on housing for 2029, we call on you to prioritize the following. 1, drive greater commitment through policy and funding for housing in your domestic contexts. Leverage the expertise here amongst your peers to craft solutions that engage your own governments, parliament, judiciary, finance ministers, and others to change the narrative on housing as a catalyst for human development and economic growth, and to allocate greater resources to adequate and affordable housing by 2029. 2, address the significant gap in financial support for housing solutions in emerging and developing country contexts. We encourage donor countries to reframe foreign assistance to better support housing innovations within development programming for the ultimate objective of enhancing efforts for poverty reduction globally. We also invite member states to join us, Habitat for Humanity International, in our work to improve the tracking of foreign assistance, ODA flows for housing to measure existing and future support more effectively. 3, finally, while we are all convened here with the support of UN Habitat, Habitat for Humanity International expresses our support for member states to increase their commitments and investments to UN Habitat to achieve adequate housing for all and resilient urban development globally. In conclusion, this is a pivotal moment for housing globally. Your committed presence here as member states signals hope for housing actors and civil society worldwide. Now is the time to determine just how ambitious you can be in delivering housing solutions for the communities that we all seek to serve by 2029 and beyond 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, State of Palestine.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Palestina.
شكرا جزيلا سيدة الرئيس.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have touched upon a great many topics during this session. We had a question regarding conflicts. I would like to very briefly discuss the issue of housing in Palestine. Palestine has always focused on promoting and providing decent housing to all members of society. Newly married couples, civil servants, young people. A number of initiatives were launched by the government to create housing units, reduced price housing units, both in the West Bank and Gaza. A great many institutions which work in the field of housing, just like the Palestinian Housing Council, which contributes housing mortgages and helps citizens in accessing housing. Now, the ministry is working on elaborating a new law for the organization of investment in the field of housing, as well as land planning, with a number of policies which contribute to financing housing for the most deprived households. And it also helps local authorities, but within the framework of repeated aggressions by Israel, whose consequence was a destruction of hundreds of thousands of housing units in the Gaza Strip as well as in the West Bank, including in the public sphere, and given the destruction of camps, the government is in essence becoming a reconstruction agency which has to pick up the pieces and now has to work to provide the most basic of services, including temporary shelter for those who have lost their homes. In Palestine, we would like to, through our working group here, to benefit from the experience of the countries which have already dealt with a relaunching of housing and making it secure for the whole population. Thank you.
Gracias, Palestina.
Thank you, Palestine. Brazil.
That's okay?
You want to talk now?
It's Brazil. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. We'd like to make a contribution about the methodology to continue the works of this group. We think it could be very valuable if we could create some subgroups to discuss thematically the the themes of the guidelines that will be the result of this effort. And we'd like to suggest some themes to be in these subgroups, and to be addressed in the guidelines. We think it's very important that we have one guideline specifically about approaches to address informal settlements and how we can contribute it as Brazil with our experience on it. And the second one would be innovation and sustainability in housing construction, and how to address this in new materials, and how to do sustainable and green buildings and in affordable housing. That's the challenge. The third one would be resilience and climate change in housing policies, how to address this, and without losing the scale, without losing the affordability too. And two crucial ones about how to access land, both to housing and to the right of land in the informal settlements and the land tenure and regulation and things like that. And of course, the one that is the base to that, that's how to finance slum upgrading and housing in national policies. And last but not least, we'd like to have one too, to talk about the uniformization and the discussion of how do we define a slum, and how do we measure our deficits, our backlogs, and our problems, so we can have numbers that can dialogue through nations, and how do we do it and monitor in national levels the results of our programs. That's a big challenge too. So we think that in subgroups we can go technically and the details of it, so we can have more detailed and assertive guidelines. Thank you.
Estados Unidos.
United States.
Dejamos en la mesa las propuestas de Brasil.
We'll leave on the table the proposals of Brazil, which I think are very interesting, and will perhaps enable us to consolidate what's been proposed by several countries. You have the floor, United States.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Executive Director and her team for some very excellent background work preparing us for this meeting. It's very much appreciated. As I sit here, of course, we all know the United States has a very severe housing shortage, and as well, we are quite aware that we have a rather hefty homelessness issue that we are addressing. But I wanted to just talk about a few of the, I think, parameters that we need to discuss, and I've already heard this from several member states. And certainly, first and foremost, is definitions, because it's difficult for all of us from different countries to have the same definition of what we're looking at. And for us to go forward, we do need that. So I certainly echo the comments that have already been made about that. And I also want to mirror my Habitat for Humanity International representative. Thank you for the wonderful remarks, because I think what we are missing here is a good number of people that really contribute to this outside of member states. When we look at financing, civil society, the NGOs that are actually doing the work on the ground, we really need their voices in the room, as well as other multilateral agencies. There's a lot of work being done across the UN and housing, as it touches all kinds of topics. And it would be good to have a representative to bring that home into this working group. But I want to focus really quickly on innovative construction, because it's one of the areas in the United States that we're working very hard on. And I was very happy to hear this just a few minutes ago from Brazil, because innovative construction will help bring down the cost of building housing. And I think this is, of course, for all of us, very important. And for us in the United States, that's prefab, factory built, 3D construction materials that are resilient to floods and to disasters. So that is very important to us, important enough that every June we have a huge showcase on our National Mall in front of our Capitol, and we actually bring in these construction companies to show the American people what we are doing. So I love that idea, and I really like to bring that home. And so one other thing, I certainly do agree with subgroups. I think we're taking on way too much in a larger working group, and we need to break this down into subgroups, subcommittees, so that we can really drill down on the topics. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Costa Rica. Thank you. We have two brief statements. First, we want to support Brazil's proposal to create thematic working groups. We also believe that this will help to look at things at different levels, and various very relevant points which have been discussed here can be gone into in more depth. The plenary is at a different level, kind of more political, more general. I think that subgroups and working groups will create another space so we can discuss some proposals. I also want to mention that over recent years in Costa Rica, our experience has shown us that in terms of access to housing and the diversification of typologies, modalities, financing schemes, public policies, strategies, programs, and projects depends on a multi-sectoral approach, and which also requires a multi-level approach. Everything we've been discussing in terms of housing policies and plans often depend more on the availability, for example, of water, topic of risk, of territorial management, climate change as well. So for those other aspects, many other institutions, entities and sectors also are involved, and historically their policies aren't necessarily very well aligned at all those different levels. When we analyze demand, we have to really look at this at a sectoral level and from a territorial perspective, and also along with all these other institutions and other aspects with access to basic services, education, healthcare, etc. Because often this offer generates great pressures on social services in territories. So that needs to be planned for. I'm mentioning this because what is really of great interest to us as a country in Costa Rica is being able to learn about experiences from other regions and countries in this space and learn how they've been able to align all of these issues, what efforts they have made to do so, to work with all these different sectors in the various countries, and what successes they've had. And this has a very strong link with data generation as well. We need high quality data with a systemic approach. I think that's another challenge that we faced in Costa Rica, which is key. Generating data, not just to establish baselines in terms of employment or the work to do, but data for monitoring and to measure effects and the real impacts of investments and projects which are being promoted and implemented within territories, within communities, within cities, and within these other sectors I referred to. Because when we strive to find new resources, new schemes of financing or support, often we have issues in demonstrating returns on investment in terms of social, environmental, and healthcare aspects. Because we really need to measure these impacts of the deployment of housing and providing decent housing for families and people. But we need this quantitative aspect to be measured as well and to see what direct impacts these policies are having. So these returns on investment and benefits need to be quantified and demonstrated. And I think that's an effort that needs to be done in an articulated manner so that we can then show the value much better and really defend these efforts that are being made in terms of providing accessible housing, can show that it has an effect. It provides returns on investment and it will generate benefits aligned to the costs which are being made. So these arguments need to be backed up by data so that we can systemically show with high quality data what's being done. So we could have observatories, for example, from UN Habitat, which might be developed over time to provide this. It's also been an issue sometimes to really have specific standards. So we would like to learn from everybody else about all their experiences. Thank you.
Gracias, Costa.
Thank you, Costa Rica. Now we have Alexander Frigiani, I believe. Please, you have the floor.
Hello. So yeah, my name is Alexandre Absen Frediani. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Executive Director, and members of this working group. I'm representing here the International Institute for Environment and Development, a research policy think tank based in the UK. I'm also a board member of the civil society network Habitat International Coalition. Drawing on IID's ongoing research, as well as collaborations with several civil society networks, we would like to ask the member states represented in the Intergovernmental Working Group to consider two key agendas in their efforts to implement the UN Habitat resolutions, maybe future working groups. One related to stopping forced evictions, and the other one about collective, non-speculative housing. First, we'd like to ask the group to develop a roadmap to commit to monitor and prevent forced evictions. Developing frameworks and policies that avoid evictions is the remit of ministers of housing and urban development. Stopping evictions is fundamental to protect the right to adequate housing, as well as various other human rights. And more, the growth of forced evictions and demolitions are counterproductive for sustainable development, dismissing existing housing stock, assets, and investments. We ask the Intergovernmental Group to develop principles and guidelines to monitor and prevent forced evictions. These guidelines should promote support to civil society efforts to monitor and document forced evictions. They should also promote partnerships with local governments to set up local offices of conflict resolution. Furthermore, at international level, we believe this Intergovernmental Working Group should be suggesting and supporting the establishment of a permanent space to advance the monitoring and the prevention of forced evictions, like the one that used to exist called the UN Advisory Group on Forced Evictions. Secondly, we ask this group to develop a roadmap to support collective, non-speculative forms of housing and tenure systems. It is only through substantial delivery of these alternatives to market-based housing models that we will be able to guarantee that housing systems are socially just and environmentally sustainable. We ask the group to, first, to highlight policies and programs that advance these forms of housing and promoting learning of good practices and innovations. We ask this group to recognize communities and civil society actors as peers in the development and management of land and housing. Also, we ask the member states to include measurements of government's efforts to support non-speculative collective forms of housing provision in their discussion about indicators for housing adequacy. Finally, we ask this group to call for greater multilateral and bilateral financial support to collective, non-speculative forms of housing in ways that guarantee diversified, flexible sources of housing finance and correct the current disproportionate investment into market-led approaches to housing provision. We call member states to discuss these two agendas as critical components of their commitment to respect, protect, and guarantee the right to adequate housing and strategic mechanisms to implement UN Habitat resolutions. I brought with me two detailed briefs. If any member states are interested in looking at them, I would be very glad to share them with you. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Dr. Mohamed Gambo.
You, Chair.
So on behalf of Shelter Africa Development Bank, I would like to make this intervention for consideration the group. First and foremost, the aspect of project preparation. I think we believe this is very key and important within the African context. We're all aware of the deficit as indicated by the Regional Director for Africa and the growing need for affordable housing across Africa. But then as a development bank, one of the key challenges that have been experienced over the years and also together of financials in the financial institutions in the industry is a lack of bankable projects across the industry. So I think it's important as this group is really kind of shaping up to have particular consideration on how we can develop bankable affordable housing projects. That will go a long way in supporting the supply side and also looking at it from the demand side that will plug in the housing deficit. And also the second aspect that should be considered is that of better understanding affordability, because affordability cannot be considered as a one-size-fits-all. What is probably being considered as affordable in Nairobi is not what has been considered as affordable in Lomé or in Accra. So we need to look at it in a more holistic context, look at it both at the household income perspective and also the supply perspective. There is a project that the Shelter Africa Development Bank partnered with Center for Affordable Housing Finance in way back 2021 to better understand and disaggregate the definition of affordability across all African countries. I think that's something that we can rope in as we engage further in this working group. And then the other aspect is the need to consider the housing ecosystem, the financial ecosystem in a broader perspective. We need to bring in other actors besides the development banks, SACCOs, savings and cooperative association organizations such as here in Kenya, they have really been successful in driving housing delivery. Also pension funds. Also, these are all institutions we believe that will give it a better perspective in terms of the financing component for housing delivery. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. In particular, considering the latest proposals made, I would invite a reflection on the components of adequate housing, because this will give us a general framework, including the last proposal. Accessibility refers to the fact that one family should not pay more than 30% of their income on housing. That's very concrete and tangible, which defines accessibility in terms of housing. Habitability refers to the conditions of housing in line with the person living in it and the characteristics of the people living in it. Land tenure security is another essential element for housing. Informal settlements is linked to land tenure security and also is linked to the issue of homelessness, which is defined very clearly in the United Nations in the campaigns against homelessness. And it is linked, therefore, to this land tenure security component. It's not just an issue of private property, but an issue in ensuring that people aren't threatened by homelessness for any reason, whether it's for reasons of violence or discrimination, etc. We also don't hear very much about the cultural aspects, but I think it's essential. And several delegations have mentioned this. This is in relation to the materials used, the very design of housing. Jordi Borja and others have talked about these aspects. There is a right to beauty in housing also. Also the recognition of the human rights to adequate housing. So how will we move forwards with this wide-ranging content? Because we need to kind of bring all these aspects down to these working groups, these roundtables, which will enable more in-depth discussions on these topics. There's also the exchange of experiences, which was mentioned. I want to also see how member states can work within these working groups. So there's a proposal for this expert group to set out a certain number of mechanisms or recommendations for the exchange of information. There's also the topic of diagnostics, which came up. So to know the scope of these strategies and policies. Traditionally, you had diagnostics of thousands of pages, and then just 2 pages of proposals on the other side. So do we have enough information? If we don't, what else could we do to carry out these diagnostics, which serve as the foundation for the development of public policies in the field of adequate housing in all these aspects? There's also the issue of climate change, which applies to all countries. The issues of databases are also very important and which we need to focus on. That's my reflection on what's being proposed and mentioned here. I give the floor now to the Executive Director.
Indonesia, perdón.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and apology, Madam Executive Director, for speaking before you. So we've been listening attentively to the discussion, including the suggestion and proposals by some member states on how we're going to continue our work in this open-ended working group. What we believe in this very early stage, this is our first step, is to have really clarity so that we can work, on a very solid basis. That's number one. Number two, what we believe is to build the work of this working group like a building blocks, really take it gradually. So in this case, we should not overcomplicate our work from the very beginning. And from the proposals that we heard, I think we really need to understand more on what does it mean by having subgroups, for instance. Does it mean that we're going to have 4 experts for 4 subgroups, for instance? Or are we going to have different subgroups meeting in different times, for instance? I think that kind of information is needed for us to enable us to contribute effectively in our work in the context of this working group. So this is what I want to convey to you, Madam Chair, as a reflection from our delegation listening attentively to the discussion so far. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Executive Director, you have the floor.
No, I just wanted to make some comments back and then ask my team to help me in answer the most difficult question that I don't have conditions to answer. But yeah, I'm listening attentively here. And I would like to just to separate the modality, if it's working group, not working group, committees, and so on, because I think it's up to you, member states, to decide how to proceed. But I'm just reflecting about the themes that are coming out. Coming back to the resolutions, the resolution on housing requests us to come up with ideas for further research, for ideas for further mechanisms on exchanging practices, but also for us to come with ideas on how we can adjust our work program, which aligns very well to the strategic plan, as I mentioned before. Resolution on transformation of informal settlements requests actually guidelines if resources are available and so on. But I'm just highlighting that so that we are aligned in terms of the amount of the great possibilities that we have out of these discussions here in terms of developing our programs in the different regions, but also our normative work and how we can move forward, what kind of data needs to be collected, what kind of research we need to mobilize. So from the proposition that was given by Brazil, I understand definition of slums and informal settlements and guidelines could be one thematic, right? If this is a subgroup, not subgroup, I mean, it's up to you again. I think they would be together. And our definition, just to recall, our definition is 20 plus years old. And it's limited to the household, not to the settlement. So it's really time, I do believe, to look at that. And then the aspect of innovation, sustainability, and housing construction, I believe this is shared by many of you. We already discussed in order to have more resilience, but also in preserve the footprint. From what I heard this morning, the needs are huge, both in the global north, in the global south, and we still need to build houses, and we have to minimize the ecological footprint of that. And then the third aspect, more related, I believe, is combined with resilience and climate change, which is, if I understood correctly, suggests the focus on access to land in order to improve the resilience of settlements, informal settlements specifically, but also how can we improve and leverage the access to land for affordable housing, which is one of the bottlenecks that we discussed already. And just a reminder, and we spoke a lot about affordability, and I heard the United States in terms of the innovation of costs. I think we have a long way to go around that in terms of technology, but also understanding. I also hear from the African states, the Shelter Afrique mentioned that they need to understand, what's affordability. And Mexican president also mentioned, so what's affordability for the different contexts, for the different countries, and how can we actually measure that, and how can we improve affordability in terms of reducing the cost? So construction materials and technologies is one way, but land is the other way, because land is also one of, in many countries, is the main expensive input for housing. In many countries is the main. I'm not generalizing, because I know that's not the 100% the situation, and because I think we need to improve our research in many areas, being this one of the areas. Is really land the most expensive inputs? So how far can we work around land and technologies to reduce the costs, and what's this gap between what people can pay and the price of their house? And can we overcome this gap with alone with regulating markets? Do we need subsidies, and what amount of subsidies and what kind of incentives do we really need to promote affordable housing? Mentioning that because I believe your inputs are giving us, the team, many ideas on how we can work around the themes that were proposed, but also and by each team thinking what kind of data, research, and action could we work around. Also, I would like to go back to the comment on this morning from the African group around coalition. And we spoke a lot. It's part of the call for action from the World Urban Forum. For those who attended the Cairo conference, we called for building coalition vis-a-vis the comment from Costa Rica in building observatories, but also the examples from Habitat for Humanity, the Urban Housing Practitioner Hub, and the Global Informality Task Force. So I do believe that data, when it's just laying out there in some books, in some papers, or in some websites, will not be helpful alone. So for me, data research become really relevant in terms of generating impact when we are able to connect to practice. And I believe the idea about coalitions, is stronger than observatories, not eliminating observatories, but observatories can be important mechanisms. But if they not attach it to a plan of action, to a coalition, to a live platform, I think it will be difficult for them to survive and to sustain over time. And just to mention the platform that was mentioned by Habitat for Humanity, indeed, I was part of that. One of the ideas was to build a platform, a regional platform, a coalition where we could exchange expertise, we could exchange practices, connect researchers to practitioners in order to strengthen the critical mass about the big challenges, but also the low-hanging fruits and the opportunities that we had in the region of Latin America. The first platform was for Latin America to leverage housing. And the same principle goes for the global task force for informality. So how we can really collectively address the issues that we face, and understanding the regional context. I also took note of the comment by NGOs, by Shelter Afrique. I mentioned already, not only understanding affordability, but also how can we look and mobilize the ecosystem of housing and the other stakeholders that are not here on the table. Usually the line minister, the counterpart for UN Habitat has been ministers of land, local governments, urban development, housing, and so on. But there's a whole work in terms of leveraging the financial ecosystems and make it work for housing, right? Domestically, I believe this is also a point that was mentioned by Habitat for Humanity. But if we do that domestically, if we work in the international financial architecture, then if more money comes to support urban and housing, the bridge domestically will be there. The channel for these funds domestically, how it flows from national to local, or even how local governments have the ability to connect these financial flows to their urban master plans, for example, and their housing strategies. This will already be there. Also took note of the comments from IIED, looking at collective, non-speculative housing. So understand the practices that are behind. I understand in the Asia-Pacific region, UN Habitat is also working closely with civil society organizations looking at that, but potentially it's an area for research and data to understand what we have out there and what has been the impact so far and how these models can be leveraged. And also took note about the advisory group that UN Habitat used to have. I believe I was even part of this group at a certain point in time to look at forced eviction. But just general comments of the notes that I'm taking. But I would like to call Robert to answer the question that I can't answer that was stated by Algeria. And for me, this is another front for further research. But maybe, Robert, you have the answer for that.
I will do my best.
No choice.
I'm being told I have no choice. So just going back, so the question was on the level of funding to Africa and what might be the causes on that. There is some discussion of that in the paper supporting item 6 on the agenda on bilateral and multilateral funding, and I believe that's something that we will come back to under that item. But in the short moment, I would highlight a couple of things. One is very clearly from the research that we've done, bilateral donors are generally not prioritizing housing as an issue. And to a certain degree, they are not prioritizing either some of the constituent parts that go into delivering housing. That seems to come across fairly clearly. If housing appears at all, it appears incidentally to other issues. And so that is a key element of the problem on the bilateral side. There are some exceptions to that. I think if I recall correctly, the particular exceptions are one of the development funds from Saudi Arabia, and I think one of the ones from UAE that have some quite targeted country-focused housing programs that really are very dedicated and quite sizable. On the multilateral side, one of the things that skews the data quite significantly is that one of the largest actors is the European Investment Bank, and their mandate is predominantly focused on investment in Europe. So Europe is prioritizing housing as a development objective, and it is instructing its institutions to prioritize that within the European region, but that scale of finance is not necessarily available in all of the other regions. I think the other thing, just before closing, I don't want to preempt the discussion under item 6 completely, but the other thing to keep an eye on also is what the funding goes towards. A lot of the funding on the African side is towards housing finance strategies and housing policy strategies, rather than on larger scale system change and housing delivery, which tends to be a more expensive, bigger ticket item. So there is something that comes up in that as well. Other than that, I would probably be speculating, and we would probably need to refer that to the bilateral and the multilateral donors who are present. I think the last one was, where did we get the information from? The main sources are from the reports of the agencies themselves. We did quite a lot of research checking their websites, their annual reports, this kind of thing. But in all cases, we followed that up with direct communications, asking them to provide us with the information, and then we where they replied, we cross-referenced with those. So to confirm, so we have a pretty high level of confidence in what we've presented, but there also may be some types of institution that are either passing through funding they're getting from other places and different things like that that might not be fully captured. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Shipra, would you add?
Thank you, Edie. Not on this question, but I just wanted to complement a couple of things that you said and respond to, and maybe add a couple of points into the mix. I think one is the whole question on definitions and methodologies. As you know, we have been tasked with developing a definition on homelessness. We're already working on that. And I think, talking about updating the definition on slums, but also updating the numbers and the metrics on inadequate housing, those are all important elements that we just don't have enough on to be able to go towards eventually what many member states were talking about in terms of guidelines, et cetera. What is it that we're talking about? The second, I think what we saw today was that the program of work presentations from Elkin and Omar already showed the diversity within each region of the challenges and the approaches and the opportunities. I think we need to map that not just for UN Habitat's program of work, but we need to understand, we need deeper dives for each region to understand what are the big challenges, the spectrum of challenges that range in, from, Asia Pacific, 54 or 58 countries, Latin America and the Caribbean. Alkin talked about different regions, the Andean region, the Central American region. So there is a very big, a huge diversity of questions that countries are addressing. And I think before we really get to a guideline mode, we really need to understand the diversity of those challenges. And then picking up on the executive director's point about for whatever thematic entry points we might choose, we need the combination of data, research, practice, policy and practice potentially. We need to map that for any entry point. So looking at really the number of entry points, the number of topics is not the big question. I think the big question is under each of these thematic entry points, what will be our focus? And the final point about making this conversation more inclusive, I think we take that as really guidance for any intersessional work, not just bringing in the banks and the IFIs and the MDBs, but also community groups, grassroots groups, the ones whose voices are not in this room. Because there's a richness of experience. Habitat for Humanity made a great statement out there as well. There's a richness of experience there that needs to be brought into these conversations from a bottom-up perspective before we can start to talk a little bit, advance on any kind of top-down perspective. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, Shipra. Yeah, this is a very nice discussion, and my brain is not stopping to think. But you're right. I mean, data and research, there is a lot that we need in practices. And then I would just go back to the idea of coalitions. So UN Habitat capacities is limited, of course, to get all this data and all this information and so on. So I would reaffirm, and also the research around the multilateral and the investments, how we learn more. So I just really will reinform the need for us as UN Habitat to work in coalitions as well. So at the World Urban Forum, we organized a roundtable with several institutions from different regions working on data to see how we can expand our own capacity, because we can hire tomorrow 20 people will not be able to provide this information. There's a lot. We're talking about housing, the extension of the housing markets. We are talking about the extension of public policies in terms of housing, adequacy, homelessness, informal settlements, the different regions, different contexts. So we need to work with different organizations. Also on the finance, and this relates to the overall discussions that we are having in terms of the reforms of the international financial architecture, the Conference on Finance for Development. So why? So work with the MDBs. We also brought them together at the World Urban Forum, but also in Baku at the COP to discuss with them. So what we need to do to have more money for housing, what we have to do to have more money for the urban, social, and physical infrastructure that we need, what we need to do to have more money to fund Islam upgrading, Islam transformations, what we need to do to have more money being, directed straight to local and regional governments to have more impact. We made these questions to the banks, and the answers, they are not crystal clear, right? So there is a process of work with this group of stakeholders so that we can do two things: improve our programs on the ground, and we are establishing alliances with many of the banks, and I'm grateful for the ones that are here, the European, Shelter Afrique, but maybe we have others working online. We are working with lots of banks in Asia, in Latin America, in Africa, Europe, also the World Bank, to answer this question, to see how can we work with our programs to be more effective in terms of combining our presence on the ground, our convening power, our expertise to the work that banks are doing, and then also what kind of inputs we can have right now, and we'll be able to collect in the next months, year, to inform the reforms of the international financial architecture. So there are two layers of work, and we need to work with people. We don't have time for formal research. So we need to leverage research, formal research, but we need to work with the stakeholders right now, because at some point we really need to ask questions, in a meeting or in a survey, and accelerate the process of getting this information, these responses that we need. Sorry, back to you, Madam President.
¿Alguien más quisiera hacer uso?
Thank you. We now have another request for the floor
México.
from Mexico. Thank you, Chair. If you allow me, I'd like to go back to the proposal on making subgroups, particularly as noted by the Chair on the main thematic areas. So perhaps we could use those 7 elements of adequate housing so that we don't have to review other specific elements. We could try and make those subgroups according to those 7 elements. So these can be thematic cornerstones for the subgroup. We would also propose climate change and mechanisms for measurements and monitoring, which is part of what the executive director mentioned as well. I think this would allow us to have a guide on how we're going to move forwards and respond to some of the issues raised, as well as how to share experiences and proposals. So that's my proposal, to use those 9 elements then in order to create subgroups. Thank you.
Marruecos.
Morocco.
La question.
The question of housing is a multifaceted one. And it is related to a great many aspects. And we are in favor of the creation of such groups because work in the plenary is something which will not enable us to really dwell on the details, exchange our experiences, as well as on failures which need to be avoided. There are approaches which have been adopted, but which unfortunately were failures. And these failures are ones which we need to avoid. Now, I believe that the proposal which was made by my predecessor is an interesting one. We can work on aggregate themes, topics. There is financing, access to land, urban planification, as well, of course, as urban management, resilience, the management and prevention of natural disasters, and so forth. I believe that we will be more effective if we do this. However, these groups have to be as varied as is possible. We cannot work as part of regional groups. Experience which has been tested in Latin America, for example, could perhaps be tailored to the needs of Morocco and vice versa. So this would be our proposal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to take the floor? So there have been some proposals and concerns expressed. Methodologically, I think we need to establish what we're going to do. So I think we need to see if we want to add more topics. We had a proposal from Brazil, and then others added their opinions. Of course, we're very lucky to have such a wealth of experience here in the experts in this first session. I think we've heard a lot from various people making up this expert group, and I think it's really encouraging because it gives us the opportunity to go into more depth on these topics, us to see how we can develop public policies which enable us to provide adequate housing and meet this human right. So I'd like to thank you all for taking part in this first session of the expert working group, which I'm sure in the short term will provide outcomes in designing public policies and in all areas where we work. We still have some time in this session left for us. We can work until 5 p.m. So we could move on to item 4, which is Which is progress made in implementing the UN Habitat Programme of Work, the development of a framework for measuring and reporting on the adequacy of housing across diverse national and local contexts. So we could move on to that item 4 of the agenda. If you're all in agreement, I would therefore give the floor to the Executive Director in order to adjourn this part of the session.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. So I think the agenda, I don't know if the debate was fitting to the agenda or the agenda coincidentally fit to the debate, because the next item is the framework, and we were just discussing how to improve our understanding of the situation, the landscape, and how to improve our capacity in monitoring, and following up and understanding better the results and the impacts. So we, as we mentioned before, we are in a situation of a global housing crisis that has different features overall, and this requires a comprehensive framework. We spoke before about the intersection of housing with environment, with social. At lunchtime, we discussed our roadmap towards the social summit and the various points of intersection between housing, human development, social development, in terms of fostering the economy and the urban integration, the need really to understand how housing is a driver, and implications between the production of housing and the housing policies and urban expansion, urban integration, etc. UN Habitat has a legacy in terms of housing indicators, decades of foundational work through initiatives like the Housing Indicators Program, the United Nations Housing Rights Program, and the Urban Indicators Program. And these efforts, they established key indicators aligned with the Habitat Agenda, which created a baseline for global housing monitoring. So we are not departing from zero. We have a foundation, and we have a history and a legacy. But we do recognize that we need, right now, we are lacking a proper framework. We have global frameworks like, for example, the SDGs that include indicators that could relate to the 7 components of adequate housing. So we really have to look at that. But we need to understand that also coverage of the 7 components remains uneven, and some elements are receiving more emphasis than others that are being underexplored. So we really need to have a broader and really housing-specific approach to address the housing challenges. So the framework that we are proposing encompasses critical dimensions. For example, as Shipra mentioned, the context, so understanding the local, the national, the regional context, and how it shapes the housing challenges, the drivers, such as macroeconomic conditions. We spoke a lot about affordability, and this relates to prices as well and to the macroeconomic situation. We spoke a lot about land, governance, urban planning, access to finance, how the finance frameworks are designed or not to attend the urban needs, the housing stock available in the different countries, the relationship with social protection and conflict as well. And the other critical dimension would be policies, meaning what kind of strategies and regulations would directly impact in terms of housing adequacy. thinking about key drivers, we spoke a lot about land, costs, but also availability, the composition of the housing stock, how urban planning is shaping the results in terms of housing, how the lack or the existence of instruments is generating issues like urban segregation or unnecessary urban sprawl of informality, the location of social housing, but also housing in general, how housing is being, driven by strategies and regulations that shaping the cities and their urban development today. So we identify, we relate to all your comments that we need to monitor, recognizing the difficulties in monitoring that I just explained in my comment before, but also understand the needs of having flexibility, understanding that sometimes these definitions are local and they are defined by also local political process, right? Different technical assumptions at the local level. And we as UN Habitat, we need to understand and respect the pace of this definition at the local level, understanding that we have the task for the global monitoring, we and together with you. And that we need in some way to improve the information available and how we understand this information, how we process this information to provide you, member states, but not only you, the whole global urban community with a comprehensive view of how we are in terms of housing adequacy, which are the gaps and which are the efforts and the practices that we want to highlight and to bring to your attention. And with that, building, reinforcing the narratives, building the critical mass, and bringing this narrative to the different spaces locally through our country programs, regional, but also international in the roadmap that we are part of. And then, of course, at the end of the day, what we want with that, we want to align the framework with the policies that are implemented by all of you. So, and call for action. I mentioned the Cairo World Urban Forum call for action. The beauty of the World Urban Forum is that we were able, and the beauty that the World Urban Forum just took place before this housing group is that we came here inspired, and we came here informed by the several experiences, by the several practices, by the several debates we attended at the World Urban Forum, and the possibilities of partnerships. I believe all of us went there and came out of there with ideas of how we can come together, how we can leverage partnerships, associations, and coalitions. So how can we really have a framework that sustains a call to action, sustain the work of this working group? So with that, I would like to call my colleagues. Thank you, Regina, for the presentation.
Thank you, Executive Director, Madam Chair, and distinguished delegates. I'm pleased to address the agenda item 4, the development of a framework for measuring and reporting on the adequacy of housing across diverse national and local contexts. The agenda item is supported by 2 documents, the report of the Executive Director and an information paper titled Review of Existing Elements and Options for the Development of a Framework for Measuring and Reporting on Adequacy of Housing across diverse national and local contexts. As Madam Executive Director rightly mentioned, there is a need for a housing-specific monitoring framework. The documents presented emphasize the necessity of a dedicated framework for housing adequacy, based, first of all, on a stock-taking exercise of the the previous efforts. UN Habitat has several decades of experience in spearheading the efforts for measuring housing indicators. It is not a new endeavor. Housing indicators can run back to 1988 with the Housing Indicators Program, which eventually expanded to Urban Indicators Program. By 2002, the successful cooperation achieved the defining a house definition globally agreed for measuring slums under the Millennium Development Goals. At the same time, we had efforts, collaboration with the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights for identifying measurements on for the United Nations Housing Rights Program. This initiative have led to different milestones, such as the measurement of the slum indicator that has today a global coverage and with a broad spectrum of time coverage. The tracking of several urban-related SDG goals that not necessarily fit all of their under SDG, but are also across different SDG goals. The monitoring of the urban agenda under the Global Urban Monitoring Framework, again, a framework that is globally agreed among different, the statistics division for monitoring urban. So today we have a robust global, and in many cases, subnational coverage of certain indicators. But however, there are identified gaps. Despite these efforts, many critical housing challenges are yet not addressed in an integrated manner. Gaps may be both at the framework level or at indicator level. At the system level, a structured framework is needed to organize the existing information to group the collaborative efforts from different organizations and member states and to put it into an umbrella that speaks to specific housing challenges. The lack of a housing monitoring framework tailored to the needs of housing policies and sectoral operations highlights that the existing tools are not yet sufficient to address these requirements. At the indicator level, there are clear gaps of thematic issues where the concerted efforts by this group could be made together to advance agreements of indicators or updating methods of indicator. So the proposed framework structure is built in 4 core elements. It provides these elements, each one covers a specific function. The paper argues that separating the monitoring into different functions allows clarity of what is measured and why is each element being measured, and allows for assessing the contribution of different challenges of housing in a diversity of context. So the elements, as Madam Executive Director just mentioned, includes the assessment of the housing adequacy, including the 7 components, plus the sustainability. I will go into detail in the next slides. The context in which the housing adequacy operates, because it is, as the title of the item very properly addresses, in different national and local contexts. And this requires the separation of what are these context conditions to be able to assess them. The drivers of housing adequacy, because housing may not necessarily be influenced by the housing sector. There are several different conditions that influence the housing outcomes. And finally, we would like to bring an emphasis in the housing policies. How do we evaluate the impact of the success if we don't know what are different countries doing in that purpose? So I'll go one by one. The framework for assessment of housing adequacy is the core element of what UN Habitat and the SDG has been approaching, measuring the 7 elements of the housing: tenure, accessibility of services, affordability, habitability, accessibility, location, and cultural adequacy. As it was previously mentioned, not all of these measures of these 7 components are equally addressed in the different measurements. We have included already the 8th component, sustainability, as it was already recommended by the rapporteur on adequate housing. We already wish to include this in the discussions. Now, as you, there is in here a need to include, to avoid looking to the elements in isolation. The success of measurements of this slum, it is that includes already the interplays of the different conditions. So, for example, the slum indicator measures basic services, habitability, and and different measurements of availability. Let's not. The indicator, the paper calls for avoiding looking at isolation. That would look, for example, looking just at affordability. If you don't look into how it impacts the location of the housing, in terms of policies, looking just at the one element and losing the connection with the others. The context, of course, this is very elements that are basic data, but are needed to allow us for comparison of what a country is doing in regards to their local context, demographic data, but also urbanization trends, the rate of urbanization, of urban growth, what is the income level or development level of the country or city where we're talking about. And again, also very important, what is the financial capacity of the governments to respond to the housing challenges. It's not the same when we're talking a country with a very high level of expenditure per capita in the government versus the other countries with a very diverse context. In terms of the drivers of housing adequacy, and this is one of the elements that is mostly lacking as one of the biggest gaps in the global frameworks, not necessarily in the sectoral components, how the different aspects are contributing to different housing crises, macroeconomics, urban planning, the land availability has been widely mentioned here, but then also the supply and stock of the housing stock, the age of the housing stock. These elements, they don't fit under necessarily under the 7 categories, but they have a tremendous influence. So we feel the need to separate them from the 7 components as elements affecting the housing outcomes. The impact of conflicts, for example, as well in several countries, where it's one of the major factors of the destruction of the housing stock and a cause for displacement or homelessness. Finally, the housing policy components as a legacy, reincorporating what has broadly done by UN Habitat in terms of the housing profiles, which incorporates measures of measurements of the different policies in place in different contexts. This would allow us as well to see the impacts versus what actions are being done by the country and properly evaluate and guide the directions. With that, just as a few elements, the conclusion is there is a need to address the significant gaps and develop monitoring frameworks. The way forward, just to start the discussion into as the work to be done is broad, to request for member states on guidance on what are perceived priorities on which areas would like to be prioritized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egina. Edna, would you like to complement?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for this opportunity to complement the presentation that has been made. I think based on what we have heard since this morning, the issue of data monitoring, reporting has been recurring throughout the conversations, and it is evident that we do need to address the gaps in the monitoring of adequate housing. It is also clear from the conversations we have been having today, and also as emphasized by the executive director, that we do have a lot to build on, and there has been progress, especially drawing on UN Habitat's role and the work of other actors and partners with respect to monitoring SDG 11, and specifically SDG indicator 11.11, which is focused on the proportion of urban population living in slums, informal settlements, or adequate housing. UN Habitat has also been leveraging innovative methods and approaches, especially digital tools, in enhancing the monitoring of adequate housing. Just to give an example, at UN Habitat, we have been through the United Nations Innovation Technology Accelerator for Cities based in Hamburg, UNITAC. We have developed an open source tool called the Building and Establishment Automated Mapper, which enables the recognition of mapping of informal settlements using satellite imagery and digital tools. So I think there are many opportunities that can be leveraged as we consider how to improve the monitoring of adequate housing. So today, in this context, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we seek your specific guidance on some of these specific questions. Based on, of course, your expertise, your experiences, and your own contextual considerations, we would appreciate your guidance on what you consider to be the necessary preconditions and foundations to effectively apply a monitoring framework for adequate housing. Also, we would appreciate your guidance and sharing on existing opportunities, practices, mechanisms that we can better leverage as we move forward in our efforts to enhance the monitoring of adequate housing. We would also further appreciate your guidance on the specific areas of support and capacity enhancement that may be a priority for you in your context and different actors with respect to the better monitoring of adequate housing globally. In this respect, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, we also need your guidance to balance several considerations that we face as we look to this task of monitoring adequate housing. The first is balancing the considerations between being comprehensive and being selective as we move forward. And I think my colleagues earlier highlighted, and the paper presented to you also underlines the importance of prioritization. So I think we need your guidance in this respect. The other area where we need your guidance for better balancing different considerations is the need for a globally comparative monitoring framework, yet the equally important need for a contextually adapted and specific approach. Thirdly, we would also appreciate your guidance on balancing considerations between traditionally established methodologies and approaches to monitoring adequate housing versus frontier innovations and technologies for monitoring adequate housing. Certainly, in all of this, we do consider, and I think as highlighted earlier by the executive director, data for the purpose of action would be the priority. And here is seeking your guidance on how to ensure that our monitoring of adequate housing does indeed support action and actionable interventions in terms of adequate housing policies and programs. And I think also what we heard earlier from a couple of delegations is around monitoring and tracking impacts and outcomes. So I think this is also another very critical consideration as we seek your guidance. To close, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, we really do look forward to your guidance, your recommendations for UN Habitat's actions and work of program in the intercession between this expert working group session and the next session, so that we have clear, prioritized areas of priority in the very vast and ambitious undertaking of improving the global monitoring of adequate housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Edlin. This is very timely because, as I mentioned, just last week we discussed and got approved the first draft of the strategic plan. And we need to advance. It was a recommendation from member states that we need to advance in having more robust outcomes for the strategic plan. So it's critical that we understand what's possible in terms of ambition of outcomes. How can we really define outcomes that are feasible but ambitious enough? And B, how can we define outcomes that we can monitor? Because if we work on the strategic plan and we define some outcomes that we are not able to monitor, then we're going to lose that. But thank you, colleagues, and back over to you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias, Directora Ejecutiva.
Thank you so much, Madam Executive Director. Now, does anyone wish to make a comment regarding what we have just heard? Doesn't seem to be the case. No one wishes to take the floor? Germany.
Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor, and thanks for the presentations. I think from a German perspective, the conversations that we are having, that we will be having under this agenda item are actually critical for the success of any UN-led debate on adequate housing. Knowledge of the housing stock and the housing needs is key for any conversation we will have. Without knowing the range of approaches and challenges in measuring and reporting on the adequacy of housing across different and diverse national and even local contexts, I think we are inclined to suppose that this is likely a global problem. And I think the presentation spoke to this as well, meaning that developed countries are as much affected by the difficulties of formulating a housing policy that is based on facts as other member states, because there's often simply a lack of sufficient facts and data. Having said this, a comprehensive monitoring and reporting framework for housing adequacy is critical to ensuring that interventions truly address the needs of the most vulnerable urban populations. By focusing on key components like affordability, accessibility, and cultural adequacy, the framework helps prioritize inclusive, human-centered housing solutions over profit-driven initiatives that too often favor mostly private investments. We welcome that the proposed framework integrates diverse factors, allowing for a holistic approach to adequate housing. Such integration ensures that housing policies are not only aligned with global standards, but are also adaptable to local realities, fostering tailored and impactful interventions. With the global urbanization pressure, certainly numbers count, but without integrated approaches, we will not achieve sustainable and vivid cities. Germany is hopeful that this very open-ended working group could initiate a debate on measuring and reporting on the adequacy of housing that would lead to tangible outcomes. And lastly, pretty much echoing what Adela Mimero has just presented, the UN Habitat Tech Accelerator in Hamburg that goes by the name UNITAC can be instrumental in this context. UNITAC is, as we speak, already engaged in a number of projects that work on the data side of things and can prove to be catalytic. UNITAC tools are deployed to monitor the state of neighborhoods and regions in terms of housing, specifically informal settlements. Germany commends the ongoing work and requests UN Habitat to further leverage digital technologies for better monitoring of housing and informal settlements building. I would like to invite the experts here in the room and also experts back in Capital to get in touch and explore UNITAC even more, or even come and visit the beautiful city of Hamburg for in-depth exchanges on how we can best leverage digital solutions for the purpose that we're talking about today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. China.
Thank you so much. China has the floor.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank for the wonderful and remarkable progress has made in the framework of measuring and reporting housing adequacy. But I would like to remind that there are two challenges. First is the logical challenge of this framework. For example, the third element, affordability. In this framework, it assumes that we have already know what is should be decent housing, what should be adequate housing. But however, this is has not already figured out yet. Before we give a definition of what is decent or minimum housing that we required for individuals, we could not figure out whether his guy or this guy is affordable for this housing. So the framework maybe should be set up in two levels. First is at the individual level. And at the beginning, we need to give definition what is the basic or what is decent housing for a person. Otherwise, we could not continue to estimate whether this is affordable or not. And so we need to a lot of work to give definition what is basic housing at the beginning. This is one point. And the challenge for housing affordability is, I think, is quite difficult because it is we could not use just price to income ratio. This does not make sense because for people, if you need to then give a definition of standard housing at first. Otherwise, we could not use average housing, or we use the market housing as the to calculate the price to income ratio. In the research, housing research, there's a concept. I'm not sure whether you are familiar with it or not. The residual income approach. But it also based on the assumption that we know what is the standard housing or the basic housing we need. And if we know what is the basic housing, then we calculate if this person pay for the basic housing and the rest income, if the residual income will make this person fall into poverty, then we will call this as housing-induced poverty. And use this concept, maybe we can go on to calculate what is a reasonable indicator of housing affordability. And another point I want to mention is that for the elements in the assessment of housing adequacy, we need to propose elements that are directly measurable and are directly visible. If the element is still an element that needs to be integrated from other elements, for example, the location. And the definition of location here is not clear, and people were confused how to measure it. Also, accessibility. So we need to use elements that are directly very simple. Every person know it. Every person know how to measure it, and there's no disagreement. For example, housing space. We should use housing space, and because to measure housing space is very simple and directly, and then no disagreement. But we also need to indicate of, for example, overcrowding, and this indicator of overcrowding, maybe it is specific to different countries, different regions. However, this is up to different countries to set indicator of overcrowding. But overcrowding, we should be included in this assessment framework. And this indicator is simple and directly measurable and no disagreement. Then we can go on to build up a framework that without too much disagreements. That's my point. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Franz.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you to the Secretariat for the presentation of this framework. My delegation would like, in terms of preliminary comments, back the idea of having a common framework which allows us to measure the adequacy of housing and have shared indicators for this. Now, globally speaking, the indicators which have been proposed in this document, as well as the definitions which have been proposed in it, are all acceptable to my delegation, and we can certainly back them. I would have a note, one exception. The indicator on access to basic services should not, in our view, be limited to a measure of access to basic services for people living in informal settlements and slums, but it should in fact be applicable to the whole of the population. My delegation would also like to draw the attention of the Secretariat to what the framework proposes in terms of public policy, public housing policy. In our view, it is too restrictive, insufficiently pragmatic, and indeed cannot be accepted as it stands. We would therefore propose that the working group, via its experts, continue its work and come up with proposals for additions which would complement this framework in terms of housing policy. And finally, turning to reporting. My delegation would like to draw the attention of the Secretary to the fact that reporting on housing policy already exists within the framework of the new urban agenda. One should therefore draw value from it and carry out the necessary analysis before we create a new additional reporting framework. It would be good if we already took into account what already exists and to check whether any synergies might be possible. This is not about remaining modest, it's about remaining pragmatic in terms of what we want to see and to perhaps guide member states in a more operational down a more operational track. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Colombia. Thank you very much, Chair. Colombia would like to thank the Secretariat and the experts for the documents presented and welcomes this space to reflect on the necessary conditions, opportunities and mechanisms which will enable us to implement and monitor effective policies related to adequate housing. From our experience, we believe that the development of a framework to measure on and report on adequate housing should be based on solid data systems which are multidimensional and inclusive, and active participation of communities. In Colombia, the Observatory for Cities has been one tool, an essential tool, to compile, process, and analyze data relating to housing and urban development. This observatory enables us to identify priority areas and guide interventions towards the territories that need it most. For example, the Modern Cities Index evaluates progress and challenges in our cities from a multidimensional approach, including aspects such as poverty, sustainability, innovation, and human development. This enables us to identify significant gaps, such as disparities between urban areas and rural areas, which reach up to 12% in terms of quality of life. In addition, there are also indicators of urban vulnerability, which have enabled us to focus policies on areas of high vulnerability, prioritize interventions, and vulnerable communities. Based on these experiences, we believe that effective monitoring requires the compilation of disaggregated data which reflect the diverse realities of our peoples, including gender, age, ethnicity, and geographical location. This will not just improve the accuracy of monitoring, but also ensure that nobody is left behind. We also want to emphasize the importance of adopting advanced technologies such as geographical and satellite systems. In Colombia, these have been key to map out informal settlements and monitor progress of public policies. These tools are useful to identify vulnerabilities, plan out interventions, and measure their impact. In addition, we believe that monitoring should be an inclusive and participatory process. It's also important to strengthen technical capacities of local governments and national governments to implement these tools. Finally, we propose that the framework also consider global knowledge systems where member states can share best practices and lessons learned. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our delegation would like to support the statement made by our distinguished delegate from France regarding reporting. We also believe that we need to ensure that there is no duplication or double work when we report through the national implementation report of the new urban agenda, as well as through the reporting of this open-ended working group. I think we need to make sure that what we going to report through our national report or the national implementation report of the new urban agenda will not be overlapping on this reporting framework or mechanism that will be established through this open-ended working group. I thank you.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. And European Bank, you have the floor.
So I would like to make a comment to the previous set of discussions, which were analyzing the topic of involvement of international finance institutions in financing of housing globally, and share a perspective of one of those institutions, namely European Investment Bank. So in our activities, when we work globally, we have quite a broad limitations by key public policy goals of European Union that we need to follow. But within this broad distribution of our activities among public policy goals, we are effectively demand driven. So we can observe substantial amount of demand from European Union. That's exactly what you have seen in our reporting. And we don't see that much of demand for types of projects coming from other regions, actually. So why is this happening? And I'm looking at this from this perspective. If a government came to us with a request to finance public rental housing project with well-located housing units, it's very likely that such a request will be considered and accepted by the EIB relatively quickly. But I'm thinking that this request will not come very often. And that will be the question, how this thing will actually be repaid, how this thing will actually work. So what it leads me to say is that what we as IFIs need is strong policies, strong institutions, and efficient implementation mechanisms so that we can actually finance those. And in my view, absence of those is the real factor that limits our involvement. I mean, we are a big lender, and we can easily accommodate such requests. I mean, we don't have any limitations. Actually, I'd like to share that recently our institution have eliminated one limiting factor which blocked us to finance more. We used to be able to finance 60 billion euros per year. Now we are able to finance 90 billion euros per year. So we are able to do 50% more than maybe 1 or 2 years ago. So there is ample lending capacity in our institution. What we lack are projects rooted in strong institutional framework. And this is really the cause that our involvement is not as big as we would like it to be. Thank you.
Francia.
France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you so much. I would like to touch on what was just said by the European Investment Bank. It was my pleasure to say it earlier. France is very committed through the message on the housing. We have created an alliance, a European alliance for public housing through the Caisse de dépôt, which is our historical financier. And through the Livret A, we finance the housing in Paris. So we created an alliance recently. And as a result of this alliance, we have mobilized 2 billion euros of financing for the building and refurbishment of social housing. So in France, we have BEA on the one hand and the CEB and the Council of Europe Bank on the other. This is an initiative which we need to encourage. We need to ensure that it is utilized in other regions of the world to ensure that housing is taken into account by institutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, votado.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your involvement in the session today and for sharing the proposals and comments. Are there any more from the Secretariat? I give you the floor.
Madam President and Chair, and thank you, Edie. I will just want to put a proposal. This afternoon, maybe about an hour or 2 hours ago, you received the proposed TOR. I'm just thinking whether it would be a good idea that sometime tomorrow we hold a meeting, perhaps with the chairs of the regional group, to brainstorm, not to come up with a decision. However, if you feel you are not ready, then we will not do it. But it is just Friday is the last day, and tomorrow is Wednesday is the last day. Yeah. We've been at it since last week, so forgive me. But we are not pushing anything. It's just to see if it is possible that in a discussion we could find a way towards a particular movement. But I can assure you, Madam President does not want to wake up at 6 o'clock just to be here at 8 for a meeting. So if it's not something people want, then we just will not do it. Because I could hear an objection from the back. I'm not sure the country, but I could hear an objection from the back already. Colombia.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, we have received a communication, and I think that we also discussed this option of having those two co-chairs while we were in the framework of the executive board. But we just have a question. How do you envision, or how do you advise us to go forward in terms of deciding? Because right now it's a bit broad. One chair from the developed countries and one from the not. How do we take the decision who is going to be who? It will be a voting system, or do we have to convene together with the regional groups, with the chairs here based in Nairobi? How could this happen? Thank you so much.
Yes, and this is what we are hoping, that you guide us on how you want to do it. But since you asked it as a question, we can look at it from a north-south perspective. So maybe G77 has someone and WEOG has someone. How you meet to pick is, we will leave that to you. But these are some of the discussions that we don't want to wait too long to be discussing, so that at the next meeting you have a chair. We had to honestly put a lot of pressure on the president, who came as a participant, but to sit here and not participate, but to actually share here. So we are in your hands. If you feel you're not ready tomorrow, we're okay with it. I'm just proposing from the Secretariat that is that something you would want to consider. What it will mean would be the chairs, either the chairs of the regional groups or members of the Bureau of the Assembly, since this was established by the Assembly. So it will just be a brainstorming. There's not going to be a decision, so that we have some guidance. And if we need to do more research, we do more research for you. That's all it is. All right. So it's just a proposal, but if you don't agree with it, we will not push it over. And interpretation is stopped. It's 5 o'clock. So if we continue this discussion, it will have to be in English. Thank you. Thanks to the interpreters for their patience. I can see Germany, France, and the US, I presume they are caucusing on this issue, but we can also do it in the afternoon. It doesn't have to be in the morning. We don't want to put pressure on you. This thing is going to run for what, 4 years? So a good foundation is key. So we're not going to push it down your throat. So if you think maybe let's give you till tomorrow afternoon, then we don't have a problem with that. We can give you till tomorrow afternoon, so you can have time to caucus. I mean, although we are leaving early, so you can also caucus this evening, but that's okay. You know. So, Madam Chair, the US wants the floor, by the way. So,
Thank you. Well, I guess I'm being recognized by the Secretariat instead of the chair, but thank you nonetheless to the Secretariat for that, raising this issue, and for Colombia for the questions. It is an important issue. I think certainly we would want the UN Habitat to appropriately solicit nominations for a co-chair leadership structure, if indeed that's what the working group chooses to set up with regard to this this process. So it would seem prudent maybe to adopt terms of reference that reflects or institutes that leadership structure, and then perhaps give the Secretariat time at this meeting to solicit nominations in line with that terms of reference. So I guess the question for the Secretariat would be, could the working group in principle adopt the terms of reference outlining this proposed leadership structure tomorrow, and subsequently solicit nominations for the co-chair positions from the entire working group, which the election could occur as proposed earlier by Argentina after agenda item 7 or at some other time.
The USA, I actually just reminded the chair to recognize you. I don't have the authority to recognize you, at least not yet. So you were recognized by the chair. Yes, I think it's a good proposal. We can do it. Essentially, what the US is saying is we won't go into the detail of who's chair, who's co-chair, but the principle that we have sent to you today, we adopt that principle. And then we spend the rest of the time to caucus and find out to the acceptance of everybody that these two people will be chair and co-chair. Yes, that is possible. And that actually moves us a step further than we are currently. It only means that, I mean, Madam President, if Madam President will agree to continue to guide us, she's been doing a fantastic job. So tonight I have to see what dinner we can buy her to make sure that she stays with us tomorrow. All right. So thank you, USA. I think it's a good suggestion. We'll look at that tomorrow. Thank you.
Egipto.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. And since the Secretariat has mentioned that the G77 to nominate a participant or so, I don't think that this is a clear differentiation, since if the G77 nominates someone, then we're still left with the East European group and WEOG. So I think we should better search for another format to nominate co-chairs rather than this one. Thank you.
Con las observaciones señaladas, proponemos entonces retomar el día de mañana la nominación mientras continuamos con los temas previstos para mañana. Muchísimas gracias a todas y todos. Buena tarde.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Elena es una perfecta. Chair.